All right, good evening. Welcome to the regular council meeting for the City of Avon Lake for April 27th, 2026. We're starting at 7 o'clock. We have the Pledge of Allegiance as the first thing, so if everyone would rise. And Mrs. Goodwin, if you'd lead us, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If Mrs. Ross Marin would please call the roll.
Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Here.
Ms. Gentry.
Here.
Mrs. Goodwin.
Here.
Mr. Koss.
Here.
Mr. Reynolds.
Here.
Mr. Shamir.
Here.
Mr. Smith.
Here.
Mayor Spetzel.
Here.
Law Director Ebert.
Here.
Finance Director Crossy.
Here.
Public Works Director Liskovic.
Here.
First item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes from April 13th, 2026. Everyone's had a chance to receive those, I believe. Anyone have any changes or correction to those minutes? Yes, Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Thank you. At the very end, the word agenda was left out, and so it looks like we went from announcements to voting on announcements, and we were really voting on agenda. I'm sorry, on adjournment, not agenda, adjournment.
All right. If the clerk would make sure that that is reflected in those minutes. Any other changes or corrections? Seeing none, they will be approved as presented with the correction presented by Mrs. Fenderbosh. Next on the agenda is correspondence. Does anyone have any correspondence at all? Yes, Mr. Shamir.
I've had correspondence from residents on Hanford as well as Liberty Rose with respect to continuous construction traffic. And they effectively are saying that we made a commitment to them that we would deal with construction traffic. And they haven't seen any improvement, even though that commitment was made. That's the first one. And then I have been contacted by residents from Meadow Vista. It's the maximum accessible housing, and the condition of that section of road and their ability to access in and out of that area, because a lot of the folks are using wheelchairs, and it is not easily accessible based on the condition of that road. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shamir. Anyone else have any correspondence? Yes.
Council President, I did receive correspondence from a resident who cannot attend tonight. It has
Okay.
to do with the public hearing. I can read it now, or I can read it during the public hearing if you would prefer.
Let's have it read during the public hearing, because we're about to go to that now.
Okay, I will.
All right, anything else? All right, seeing none. Next is going to be, we have two public hearings on the agenda for tonight. The first one deals with the Planning and Zoning Code text amendment regarding an overlay district. The second one involves the mixed-use overlay on that particular parcel that's known as the power plant. The public hearing is the opportunity for folks in the public to come forward, ask questions, direct your comments to me. I would also say that if you'd like to follow up at any time with a writing confirming what you had to say, as Ms. Rosmarin just mentioned, we will be including the writing that was provided in the minutes. I am not putting a time limit on at this particular time relative to the comments that you might have to make. I suspect that everyone has their comments relatively prepared, and that I don't need to put any specific structure or time on it. However, if I find that it is getting overburdensome, I will have a time limit at that time. Obviously, I ask that the questions come through the chair, and I would ask the clerk at this time to read the item regarding the public hearing on the first item.
Upon the Planning and Zoning Code text amendments to enact Avon Lake Code of Ordinances, Chapter 1219, Lakefront Mixed-Use Overlay District.
So I already started out by saying them backwards. The first one is the mixed-use overlay. And at this time, I would call one representative from the proponent of this this text amendment to the podium to explain what it is in a brief statement before we start hearing from the public. Thank you. Mr. Hunt, come forward.
Yes, my name's Todd Hunt. I am attorney for ALERG, and over the past 4 years working with the city administration and council to some extent on this proposed text amendment. And I want to emphasize this is a text amendment. In spite of the comments to the contrary, really the proper and only rational order of development in any community is to establish the zoning regulations first, which is then followed up by any owner, developer, with a specific plan for development under those regulations. I've been doing this for over 42 years. Most of development work that I've done has been on the side of the municipality. I'm the law director in several communities. I'm the law director in 3 communities. Currently, I've worked on some very large projects. I'm in the middle of one right now in the city of Richmond Heights, which was the redevelopment of the Richmond Mall. It's now called Bell Oaks. It's probably halfway done. It's a $300 to $350 million project, mixed use. And of course, with that, we put in place, I as law director and our council put in place the zoning first. And then the plan came in to develop it under that zoning. I'm also involved in the redevelopment of Severance Mall in Cleveland Heights.
Mr. Hunt, if you could keep to what we're going to try and do here in Avon Lake,
Well,
please. That's what the
I
people
think
really
it's
want to hear about.
important to emphasize that all of these large projects, whether it's Cleveland Heights, whether it's Richmond Heights, whether it's downtown Hudson, I was a law director there for over 20 years, another community right now in Summit County, we put in place the zoning first and then went forward with the development plan. The infrastructure has been an issue that's been raised. That will come. I'm told that there is plenty of water and sewer infrastructure available for this property that we're representing, but we're not talking about putting zoning on that property at this point. This is not a rezoning. This is putting in place regulations in your zoning text. And I was asked to briefly go through that zoning text for everyone, and I know you've heard my spiel before, but there are 18 uses that are permitted under this zoning text for mixed use. There are also, which is not common in zoning texts, prohibited uses. And they are listed specifically, and it's not something you usually see in a zoning district to list prohibited uses. There are 9 of those, all for the protection of the city. The biggest item is shoreline parks as part of that. As part of the text of chapter 1219. Where in the country does a community get a guarantee in its zoning of at least 20 acres of public parkland along a major body of water? And some would say, well, that's an exaction from the property owner. That's an exaction from the developer. But it's here. We've agreed to that. You've reviewed it a year and a half ago, and it's a very important piece of this whole thing. So out of 43 acres, it's guaranteed 20 acres, and there is a purchase agreement that's been signed by the city, by my client, for 23 acres of public parkland. In terms of setbacks, setbacks from Lake Road, we have at least a minimum of 10 feet from the public right-of-way. It doesn't mean the street line or the paved part of Lake Road. Your current mixed-use overlay in Chapter 1218 has no setback from Lake Road of buildings. And that was requested by the Planning Commission, and that's something that we agreed to. The other issue that is important is building height. Even though it's a 100-foot building height, it will not be 100 feet. It has to be only 75 feet setback from the setback line, which could be a minimum of 10 feet, it could be 20 feet or 30 feet. So you're going to have 75 foot, and that property that we're hoping down the road for a vertical developer to come in and develop it, that property slopes down from Lake Road to the lake, which really is something that will affect the appearance of the height from Lake Road. The other is density, and this is something that's been brought up quite often. If you look at the overall 43 acres, and you look at the 60 units, apartment units per acre, it's really only 28 apartment units per acre. Now, we've agreed that we would not include the parkland. That leaves us, if we eventually get this zoning from council, 20 acres at 60 units per acre, 60 apartment units, at a maximum of 1,200 units, apartment units, over that 43 acres of actual property. Another issue that's been brought up is parking. Well, that's part of infrastructure, and all of that is part of the developer's responsibility to make sure that the developer meets your parking requirements. And those are in the code currently. And what Chapter 1219 says is that we will, or our vertical developer, when this is eventually sold, has to meet those parking requirements. And if 20 or 23 acres is public parkland, the city council and the administration and your planners have to provide parking for your own park. View sheds, it's an important thing. That means the ability to see Lake Erie from Lake Road. And this language is so broad that the Planning Commission has great authority over where those buildings are going to be placed and where you can see Lake Erie from Lake Road once buildings are built. And of course, any plan that goes through the Planning Commission comes back to council, and council will decide whether those view sheds are adequate with respect to that plan. Another key element is the pedestrian bike connections, and that is required from Lake Road to the lakefront and the park area along the lakefront. And when you look at some of the sketches that have been put together, the parkland, as it's set out now in that purchase agreement, has more than adequate, it abuts Lake Road. So there's going to be access, easy access from Lake Road for pedestrian and bike connections. I guess the last thing that I have to mention is that we were asked by the Planning Commission to actually scale back the area of Avon Lake that this overlay district would apply to. And so it is now only applying to the 43 acres owned by our client. And I think that's important because you also have your 1218, Chapter 1218 mixed use, which can apply to those areas to the east, the areas that might be available to the south of Lake Road, and their development. Again, I want to emphasize, all you're doing is putting in place a text in your zoning code. It gives no one the right to have their property rezoned to fit within this LMUO overlay district. And you cannot get rezoning or place that on your property unless you have a plan that's approved by the Planning Commission and approved by council. So,
All right. Well,
those are my
thank you very much. Unless anyone at council has any objection, I'd like to start listening to the public. Come on up, give us your name and the city you live in, and tell us what your thoughts are about the project at the power plant. Mr. Zimmerman, would you like to pass some stuff out to the council? Go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Gerald Phillips. I live in Avon Lake. Been a resident for over 20 years. Also lived in Avon for 22 years. Very familiar with Avon Commons and other developments. I'm a real estate attorney, 47 years. The Planning Commission, 1219 has been around for over 2 years. It was attached to the PSA. It was attached to the IDA. But at the time it was attached, it never went through Planning Commission, and it never went through Council. So this is kind of backwards, okay? Should have been approved and then attached to those agreements. So you have to sit there and think, well, was it given much thought? Was this something orchestrated and was just already conceived? So, Planning Commission, I believe, really didn't review 1219. I reviewed probably 10 other cities' zoning codes. Westlake, Lakewood, Euclid, Rocky River, Eastlake, Avon. And I noticed many deficiencies in our 1219 that wasn't even considered by the Planning Commission. Plus items that need to be added. You have a handout, and one of my additions is adding a 1219-10 that basically says, make it mandatory for this district to have a traffic impact analysis, a TIA, and make it mandatory, not discretionary, as it would appear in 1244.22. I think that's essential. We all know there's going to be 1,200 units, 2,400 cars, and it's clearly going to have an impact on the traffic in the city. When I looked at 1219.05, it was unclear to me, so I added a sentence at the end of that to make sure that it specifies that the requirements of Chapter 1236, the sign standard, shall apply to the LMU-O district. Also, I noticed a deficiency in the sense that there's nothing in there about landscaping and screening. So I added a section 1219.05K, which is the landscaping and screening standards, and I made it mandatory that as part of this district, that a landscaping and screening plan be submitted with any development plan. Then I looked at 1219.05F, and the wordage in there talked about a code, okay? That it has to be complied with the code. There's nothing in your definition that basically says what that means. So I replaced that with Chapter 1234, parking, access, and mobility standards to make it clear, because I think it was ambiguous. Then I added, as I looked at other cities, they had lot coverage for multifamily districts. There's nothing in 1219, nothing at all. So I added a maximum coverage for this district, both on buildings and in impervious surfaces, and a minimum open space for each parcel, because there's going to be 3 parcels at least within that subdivision, because ALERG has already put 3 parcels, has marketed on their website, and is marketing it as 3 outlots. Also, if you look at 1219, there's absolutely nothing that talks about accessory uses, temporary uses, as far as what should be in there. So I went through the 1224 and listed those accessory uses that would be applicable, and also those temporary uses that would be applicable, so that they would be specified for that district. As you can see, there's a lot of items that I'm adding that don't exist there. And I believe the Planning Commission, they just went through the motions because they really didn't do a study on it. Then I added a new section called 1214 impact studies, where listed, items that needed really to be done, in connection with this district because of the
massiveness of the district, the density of the district, and the impact, requiring a comprehensive infrastructure plan for the streets and roads, a comprehensive infrastructure plan for the utilities, water and sewer, a comprehensive park improvement and maintenance plan for the park acquisition. We don't know what that's going to cost. We don't know what the long-term cost. Mr. Shamir has already showed it could cost somewhere between 10 and 20 million. So I believe that's necessary. Also, if you look at your zoning code, parking lots is always a conditional use, always. You can look in 1216, it's listed as a conditional use. You didn't provide it as a conditional use, so it should be added. I mean, to be consistent with your zoning code. I would think they would add that, but they didn't. Yeah. And then, other cities, you know, they could put multiple buildings on each of those parcels and outlots. And there's nothing that talks about the spacing of those buildings and how they should be located. Other cities clearly have those provisions. And there's nothing in the 1219 that has it. And there's probably a few others that I could add, but I didn't have enough time. So it's clear to me that with that many changes and that many things that were considered by the Planning Commission, you know, this needs to be sent back. There's also a legal issue, okay? 1219 was never properly initiated. When that was brought to the Planning Commission, it wasn't part of an application of anybody because it existed for 2 years. 1214-02 says 3 methods, okay, that you got to produce a text amendment or a map amendment. Council referral, which never happened. The applicant, okay, didn't file an application for the B3 zoning. There's no application from ALERG for the zoning change. And also, the Planning Commission didn't by motion made a request to study it, okay? So it was never properly brought forward. You know, there's a simple way to cure it. Have council refer it back and you meet the requirements and then you'll get it in a better form. Because you're going to add tons of things. It should have been presented to you in a form relatively in this final form. The Planning Commission role, okay, is just that. The plan for the design, layout of buildings, streets, and roads. That's their purpose. Council's supposed to just review it, not supposed to take the role of the Planning Commission. And because 1219 is in the form that it is, you'll be taking upon yourself the role of the Planning Commission. Because you got to look at all these changes that wasn't there. It didn't exist. I'm not against 1219. It's going to get rezoned, and it needs to be rezoned. But it needs to be done right. I don't know how many times I came before council and I said, measure twice, cut once. Well, in this case, let's measure 3 times and cut once, okay? Because that's how important the power plant and that development is. You know, haste makes waste. Now, we hear that, oh, it needs to be done because, you know, no developer is going to look at it. Well, you know, this thing has been out there for 2 years. ALERG has marketed it with 1219 attached. They have their PSA with 1219 attached. They have their IDA attached, and they're circulating to potential developers. So to say that they can't do anything without 1219 is just plain old bullshit. Okay? It isn't.
Please, don't need
It's
to
not
talk.
proper.
Don't need to use that kind of language.
Well, okay, it's ridiculous, okay?
That's fine, that's much
It's
better.
beyond reasonable, okay? It's shocking, unconscionable that somebody would even fathom to make that statement. You know, another thing that's unique is they say, well, nobody will do anything, okay, until the zoning is done. You know, my experts who I've worked with, Burns Ochner, Majid Makuf, they all know if somebody's really concerned about the zoning, you know what they do? They make their purchase agreement contingent upon the zoning. ALERG didn't do that. They just bought it. They bought it, okay, they make a condition on it. So it must not have been very important. all right? Must not be very important. Because otherwise, if it was that critical and that essential, they would have made their purchase agreement contingent. That's what I do for my clients.
Thank you, Mr. Phelps. You've been up there for a while. I do want to hear from other folks that are here. Is there any other particular point at this time? Thank you. Come on up, please. Your name.
My name is Len Lieber. I am a resident of Avon Lake. Prior to being here, I was a resident of Westlake for 13 years. Reverse migration, as you know, is already very active in this country. Folks who are in the southern part of the country are planning to leave, and they are recommended to move to the Midwest, as a matter of fact. The two states in the Midwest that are considered prime places to resettle are Indiana and Ohio, two of the most respected state capitals. Large cities are Indianapolis and Columbus, Ohio. Some of the most respected and highly listed lake towns in the United States are on the Great Lakes. They include a ribbon of lakes in northeastern Ohio, from west of here all the way through Lorain County. Every single community in Lorain County is on the list of some of the most admired towns in the United States that are on lakes. You can do your research, you'll find this written in various places. Billions of dollars are now being invested in this general area, as you know. More money is coming in. This is not a secret among people who are smart investors and who are very, very wise developers. This area is growing. It will continue to grow. Ask the folks in Westlake. At this point, the name Crocker Park has become almost a swear term for people in Westlake whose quality of life, they will tell you, has deteriorated because of the nature of the congestion and other negative aspects of what happens when infrastructure and related elements are not planned well in advance. What's needed for the citizens of Avon Lake? Well, I haven't heard anything about what is needed for the citizens here. We know what's needed for developers. We know what's needed for their consultants, attorneys. We know what's needed for contractors. What is needed for the citizens of Avon Lake? Why are they here and why are they staying here? They're not moving away, as many other residents of the United States are considering. This is a beautiful small town with American values from the early 20th century and prior. It should stay this way. It will not stay this way if you bring in a magnitude of development that will create a huge change in population density. Along with that will be congestion on the streets, on the sidewalks, on the beaches, in the stores, which are also planned. You are also, and ask the people in Avon and Westlake, you will also be bringing in a criminal element from miles and miles away who will see this place as great for pickings. They will not only use the development of 1,200 units and commercial structures, they will also see that Avon Lake and environs are, as Westlake has been, pretty good places to check out and see if they can maybe enrich themselves with the material goods that are available here. Please consider that less might be more. Big is not always better. When I was living in California, I had the privilege of being on the Harbor Review Board of Redondo Beach, California. The beautiful, beautiful pier at that time. I was on the board from 82 to 1985. Just before I left to return to the Midwest, my original home, there was a move to increase the number of commercial properties on the beautiful old pier in Redondo. I was very leery of that, and I expressed my concern. I said, you're asking to increase the density of activity, etc., on an old pier. What if a storm should come in and wreak havoc on the place? What do you do then? And I was laughed at, and I said, Len, you worry about these things too much. Everything is fine. We know what to do. The builders know what to do. I left in 1985, and you can check it out. A couple years later, a storm came in. The pier was sent out to sea with everything on it. They rebuilt. But take a look at California now and see what kind of a mess they are in. And including Redondo Beach. The population density is so bad there that traffic moves at a snail pace at 2 in the morning, not just 2 in the afternoon. I don't think you want that to happen here. Lake Road could become extremely congested unless you widen it to 4 lanes. You will take property from people if they allow you to. Moore Road is very narrow. It cannot handle the kind of inroads of folks who are going to want to come up north to the lake shore. I think it's important to consider building smaller. There is a need to increase the tax base. There is a need to clean up that part of the western part of Lakeshore. There's no question about it. I don't live that very far away. We go down there every other day to do different kinds of commercial things. It needs to be cleaned up. It needs to be beautified. And it would be nice to see some good shopping there. But to the extent of what is being planned, I would worry, based upon my own experience. I think at this point what's important is that you all use tremendous foresight, look at human priorities, not just those of persons who may have interests here and then go home at night 20 or 30 miles away. Think about quality of life for the people who have been here, who want to stay here, who want their children and grandchildren to be here. And be a little paranoid. Be a little paranoid. There are people who want to do business here, and maybe that's all. Been there, done that. I'm from California, remember. I know how that works.
Thank you.
And one last thing.
Go ahead.
Whatever you do, don't push Avon Lake into the sea. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Anyone else wishing to come up in the public hearing? Good evening. Welcome. Name and city, please.
Mary Schneider, Avon Lake, Ohio. Been here for 22 years, and before that, we lived in Cleveland. I lived there for about 22 years, so it was a big change. The reason I'm here is that I don't think that this business plan will work because the proposed housing and commercial development is not going to be able to compete with Brook Park, which is getting the new Brown Stadium, and which will attract the same kind of housing, restaurants, and stores. The kind of buyers who want to live in high-density housing want to be near the kinds of amenities and businesses that one would find in downtown Cleveland or will soon find in Brook Park. For the next 5 to 10 years, Brook Park is going to be the hotspot for development, especially commercial development. Trendy stores and restaurants are not going to come here if they can locate near the Brown Stadium, and I don't think anyone has thought about that. Now, let's say that by some miracle, the developer can sell all 1,200 of the units of this high-density housing. Well, that would add another 2,400 more cars and at least 2,400 more people, which would be a 9% increase in Avon Lake's current population. And so my question is, how big does everybody think the population in Avon Lake needs to get because nobody has ever said that there's some target population. Is it 30,000? Is it 40,000? Is it 45,000? You know, when is enough residential housing enough? And so, you know, that's something we need to answer. Now, whether or not all 1,200 units are sold, this development will create more traffic, especially on Lake Road, but on all of the other main roads of the city, and the increase in traffic will be permanent and it will affect everybody and diminish our quality of life. More traffic at this location will make it more dangerous for pedestrians, motorists, and bike riders. Will Lake Road need to be widened, and or will it need another traffic light or more traffic lights at this location? And if so, who's going to pay for this? Is it going to be Avon Lake or the developer? Also, according to a diagram at the Avon Lake Conceptual Master Plan, I didn't see any parking places at the proposed lakefront park. And pictures at the Avis Young website didn't show any parking places either. So that's kind of a big omission, and the absence of parking places would limit access that most people in Avon Lake would have to the park, and it would guarantee that this park will primarily be used by residents of the condominiums who live next to it, who can easily walk there. In fact, we need to understand that ALERG is using this proposed park as a marketing tool to entice the city into accepting a one-sided deal. They are also using it as a marketing tool to get top dollar from the developer who would buy this land, and the developer would then get top dollar from the people buying the condos there. In fact, the park would be an amenity for the housing development, an amenity that the city would end up paying for. Now, regarding financing, we know that the park will cost the city $15 million, or 1/4 of the TIF, but we don't know how much it's going to cost the city to create the park and maintain it. And the plan says that the Lorain County Metro Parks are supposed to maintain the park, but as Mr. Shamir has pointed out, the city has not even met with them to discuss this. No public money, including TIFs, should be used to finance infrastructure costs, including changes to roads and sewers, nor should any public money be used for a park that does not give a majority of residents reasonable access to it. Unless the agreement with ALERG clearly states the developer is going to pay for any and all infrastructure costs for this housing development, the city could end up paying for some or all of the costs. Currently, we don't know what those costs would be, and we don't know how we would pay for them. And changes to the infrastructure will be needed whether or not the developer can sell all of the units. And if the developer can't sell all the units, it's more likely that the developer might renege on any obligations it may have to pay for the infrastructure changes, and the city could end up holding the bag on that. And again, the success of this venture hinges on part on whether or not it can compete with Brook Park. I don't think it can. I really don't think that the lakefront is going to draw people and businesses especially away from the Brown Stadium. Now, I'm not opposed to the site being developed, but the city needs to go through this plan to find out what the costs and the benefits of this plan would be. Is it worth incurring tens of millions of dollars in infrastructure costs for this housing development to get a park that will mostly be used by the people in that development? Is this in the interest of the Avon Lake taxpayers? And can we actually compete with Brook Park and attract the kinds of businesses we want here? I think there are too many unanswered questions to go forward with this deal at this time. I would like you to vote no on this proposed lakefront mixed-use overlay district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Schneider. All right, anybody else wishing to come forward? Hold on. Name?
My name is Malachi.
Good evening, Mr. Witt.
How you doing, Mr. Smith? Thank you for allowing us, ample time to talk and give our opinions. I really appreciate that.
My pleasure.
On this topic, in case anyone was watching doesn't know, Mr. Shamir has put together an excellent article with all sorts of details and information. You can search Rob Shamir on Facebook, LinkedIn, find that article, read it. My comments are, based on the information I have, my personal opinion, not necessarily a complete statement of fact. But based on the other residents that have spoken have made some great comments, and I think we're all going to hear a great theme here, which is no. And in dramatic fashion, I think we need to flush 219 down the toilet, and we need to start over. And I think a lot of us here, we're not opposed to the development of the lakefront. We're not opposed to people making money, but what's happening here, and what I think is obvious, is that ALORG is here because they're about maximizing the value of that property because they're selling it. And as soon as they sell it, they're going to leave town, as other residents have mentioned. And the rest of us are here to stay because we have made the investment. We've made the choice to live here because we love this town. And that's what I'm concerned about, is once they're gone, because they're concerned about their priorities now, Mr. Council President, and what's going to happen when they're gone, what's left behind. And my concern is the danger here is the tax burden that the rest of us have to bear. And as other residents have mentioned, we're talking about just the initial cost of $30 million, and that's just not magical money. That's taxpayer dollars, $30 million that we're just starting with. That doesn't include, as we've already talked about, the maintenance for the park. What's that going to cost? The improvements. It's also still technically a brownfield. We've got environmental issues. What is that going to cost? We have no idea. I mean, we've heard, the mayor's talked about it, getting grants. That is great. I mean, getting grants for awesome, but we don't know what the cost is. We don't know what we're actually getting into. That is the main concern. And the theme here is what's happening is the mistake that we are just driving, speeding towards and accelerating. The mistake here is lack of planning, lack of economic planning, lack of strategic planning, and not even following our own comprehensive plan. I mean, there's been some great questions, like what's the limit in the population here? Like what's the capacity of our city? What kind of city do we want this to be? How are we controlling that? What actually should go there? What are the limits of the infrastructure? And if we change, what if we allow this kind of development? Can the infrastructure handle it? Now we can sit here and we can back of the napkin, we can talk, over coffee and just, but it's not going to work. But we don't actually know because we haven't done the due diligence to actually do the studies to know when you add 1,200 units, what's actually going to happen. We don't have that answer. We don't know we can guess what's going to happen to the streets. We can assume. But that is a gigantic liability for the taxpayers, and that's what I'm concerned about because I don't plan on leaving. I mean, I'm not selling a property and leaving town. I'm staying here. I'm here for the long haul. I live right by Lake Road. I'm worried about what's going to happen in the future. Like, I mean, quite frankly, we have a tax issue on the ballot because we can't afford $5 million a year because the money's already spent. Okay, we can't afford $5 million a year to pave our roads. Yet we're talking about giving away $30 million just to start to get a park. Okay, and that's not even talking about all these other costs we don't know about. So to bring this all together, I've heard, I've seen other people talk about, even other council members talk about, well, this is private property. We can't tell them what to do. Well, according to multiple Supreme Court cases, Dolan versus City of Tigard, there's also a Ohio Supreme Court case, Village Association of Dayton versus Beaver Creek in 2000. And what this establishes establishes the ability for cities and other government agencies to use zoning, land use regulations to compel property owners to make unrelated public improvements as a condition of zoning approval. So the city can legally require developers to pay for specific infrastructure as condition of approval. The city can legally obligate them to, the catch is that the city is obligated to perform the due diligence and the individualized determination beforehand. So the danger here is that we're going to approve 219, we're going to approve zoning changes before we have done the due diligence and collected the evidence to be able to compel developers to pay for infrastructure, make changes, or contribute to or share the cost of the development. And so we are speeding way past all the guardrails that we are not doing the planning that needs to be done ahead of time. So that way we can do the traffic study, infrastructure study, so we fully understand and have documented proof that these are the costs that the city will incur. And if this developer wants to pursue this, these are the additional costs, and they will share in that burden, either whatever is reasonably negotiated. And I'm not here to stop development or say it's wrong. I'm just saying we need to stop. Let's take a step back, engage professionals to do an independent evaluation so we fully understand, in accordance to our comprehensive plan, where we should go. And that's basically it. I'm gonna leave it there. I don't want to take up too much time.
Well, thank you.
But that's it. I would say the no, send it back to planning, and let's get some evidence here, and so we know we can answer these questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. I thought I saw someone else getting up to come up back over there. Come ahead.
Hi, my name's Beth Wallace. I live here in Avon Lake. I've only been here since 2010. So I didn't plan anything, so I don't have anything written. I'll try and be brief. I just have so many questions that are coming up, some rhetorical, some I think deserve answers, and I'm sure other people have the same questions. This 1219, there were so many valid points that it seems to be vague or missing things that are of concern, and I don't understand why it's at this stage of communication or this state of consideration if it doesn't. It seems like it's missing some things, and I'm not who developed that plan, and did they know what they were doing? Because it seems vague, and I agree with Malachi that maybe it should go back for future consideration, and the people who are working on it, are they qualified? Do they know what they're doing, so we actually have a good plan? I agree with the number of, I don't understand the number of units. It seems about 10% of what we currently have in the city. I know why I moved here, and I would ask everybody. I know there's probably some people in the city that have moved here for personal and professional agendas, but a lot of the residents, I would think, myself included, moved to Avon Lake because of how it was. Not Avon, because that was big and busy. Avon Lake was not. It was small. It was a small town. It was like Mayberry, but a little more modern. Had what you needed, but had a small time vibe that you could bring up your kids and they could play in the yard and it felt safe. It wasn't congested, but you had your amenities. It wasn't a big rental population, and I know 10% is only, it's only 10%, but it was a small town community, and I don't understand why. I feel like most of the residents liked that and do, and yet we have 100 developments going here and hundreds of houses going here and over 1,000 going somewhere else. It doesn't make sense from the feel that you get from a lot of the residents that have been here all their life and why they stayed and why they came here in the first place. On that note, I wonder who the council and the people in charge of making final decisions are listening to and who they're giving preference to. There's businesses, once upon a time, there was businesses like Bucky that would be here and he was involved, and there was all the businesses and the people who lived and worked here that came to every the meetings, and they had input and they cared and they were listened to because they lived and worked in here. They had a vested interest. Pulte, and I don't care how many homes they built here, Pulte and ALG and everybody else, they do not have a vested interest in here. So why are they getting top billing in what they want or what they care about or anything? They should be on the back burner. The plan that you guys all put out originally when this building was going to come down was beautiful. It had parks and all the things that all of us want. May not have been realistic, I get that, but why was it put out there for everyone to get excited about and be like, yes, this is the town that we want the next part, our next chapter to be, to then be like, oh, sorry, we're going to give this to we're going to give this to another company and we can't do any of that now. Why were those plans put out if you can't do them? And who are you listening to? Because the new things that are coming out definitely are not what the original residents and the people who have been here a long time and have a vested interest want in this community, it seems. So I don't know, just so many questions of I don't understand why we're at the place we're at now when we're talking about I feel like we don't even know what we're gonna put there, yet we're deciding on zoning, and I understand that the chicken becomes before the egg, but whose desire for that area are you listening to then base what's allowed? And once upon a time, when you guys took this down, I heard, I think it was Mayor Spetzel at one of the community houses before he was elected, that you could control the destiny of that through zoning and stuff, and yet it's all being peeled off, and things that the residents truly would love to see there doesn't seem to be coming to fruition. So I don't know, there was just lots of, I don't understand what's going on. Does the city have a plan, like for?
Yeah, we do have a plan. We have many professionals that have been hired by the city to review this. There's been many meetings that have discussed what the plan is and how it's gonna go forward, and you'll probably hear some more about that. But I wanna thank you very much.
Are the plans in alignment with what the people who have a vested interest in this town truly want to see?
Well, that's an issue for council to decide, and we will do that.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Ms. Walls. All right. Name and city live in.
Mike
And
Sherman.
I would just ask going forward that we try to not repeat what everybody else has said, so thank you.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
Avon Lake resident for 50+ years.
We
Current
didn't hear
member,
your last name. I'm sorry.
Sherman,
Sherman.
Yeah.
current vice president of the Avon Lake School Board. Prior to being on the school board, I served a long time, including as chair of the planning commission. One thing I have not heard, and I'm just asking questions. This is the first time I've heard 1,200 units. I've heard about traffic studies, and that's, important, and cars and congestion. I want to know the impact on the student population. If just 1/4 of those 1,200 units have one school-age kid, we're adding 300 new students, which is one of the largest graduating classes, if you want to think of it that way, than Avon Lake's had, to the schools, which at some point, I imagine, because we haven't had anyone come to a school board meeting yet, really, to present on this, ask the schools to voluntarily give up tax revenue for a generation. So you're asking us to add a significant population to our schools, which are crowded already, and then give up revenue voluntarily for a generation at a time when the state and the county are taking it from us involuntarily. Doesn't seem to jive. And I just ask, has there been any sort of study to take into account the number of students? Because when I was on planning commission, every subdivision that we added along Walker, along Lear, those were the ones being built at the time, we would ask, on average, how many students are going to be added? What's the impact to Eastview or to Learwood, like those schools? We haven't, as a board, we haven't seen any of that, ever. We haven't even heard, as a board, as a school board member, anything about this yet. I had to come here to get information because no one is coming to the school board. And it's been, my understanding, over a year since anyone's even had a conversation with the superintendent on the TIF issue, on this issue. So this is, you want to talk putting the cart before the horse, we are way putting the cart before any horse. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Come on up, Mr. Schneider.
Good evening, everybody. Glenn Schneider, resident here for almost 50 years. Prior to that, born and raised in Avon. So I know a lot about the area here, a lot about the people and so forth like this. I myself worked at B.F. Goodrich for 32 and a half years and retired from there as an environmental health and safety engineering manager. And so we worked very closely with the power plant and we tied in with a lot of our meetings and so forth, being good, if you would, stewards of the environment here, not only because it was required from us, but it's because it was the right thing to do. I mean, we lived here, most people did live and work here too, or within close proximity. I'm not going to reiterate everything what other people said here as far as pumping the brakes is basically, use a lot. No, so I'll get right to it. We haven't dwelled much other than Rob's extension before when he started this, so I'm trying to follow it all, either at home or here. As far as the environmental impact, and, you know, you just can't pass on title to something, and I brought that up before when I was at the podium of another meeting. You know, as far as this, if you were to, I used an analogy here, you know, contaminate the soil you're in. You owned a lot. It's in one of these corner gas stations. We used to have a lot of those. And then you go to transfer that, you'd have to remediate that land. You know, you're responsible for it. You just couldn't say, well, that's for the next tenant. And he's got $15 million extra to work on that after the initial $50 million. And what about the studies that are being done too, as far as initially the core samples that were done? Bring it back over here. Where does that stand? I have never seen one display yet that says, to this depth, this contamination ratio that's acceptable, whether it's in the ground, in the air. And we talked once about how far out on the beach can we use that? Or is this permit that we have there going to allow us to use that land or the beach? These are a lot of unanswered questions that, you know, either take, to me, first and foremost, not just the value of the land, but what is the impact? Short term, long term, of course, economic. From the internet, and this could be huge. You start digging for foundations, find out, wait a minute, what's in here? PCBs for the transformer building and so on and so forth. I think a lot of due diligence has to be done on the environmental end. Again, pump the brakes on this and find out what we're doing, where we're at, where we need to go, and who's going to pay for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. Anybody else looking to come forward on this public hearing?
William Zimmerman,
Welcome,
for
Mr.
Avon
Zimmerman.
Lake. Thank you. I believe the planning committee made a very poor decision in advancing this legislation to council. That's where it all should have stayed, so that we could have these open public hearings there and discuss the matter further there, so that they would be able to make a better recommendation about moving forward. Planning Commission failed. I believe they were pressured into moving it along because the mayor and his administration, they believe you guys can all have 3 readings here. We can take plenty of time and we'll sort it out. There's too much to sort out in short supply of time. There's no way you can get to all the issues. Yes, I understand that this is about making proper legislation on the books to make it steering, guardrails as they call it. I don't necessarily believe that that'll be accurate. Mr. Phillips has made several statements about how other communities have done these things, and they have a ton more on the books than we do in Avon Lake. I spoke to a gentleman from Westlake, our city council president, and he and I discussed, what do you do when you start to run out of land in a city? Because Westlake's running out of land. Avon Lake's done the same, because we thought it was great to put in all of these single-family homes all up and down Walker Road. All it did was take up all of our land. We can't find enough money now to pay bills and to take care of our roads in the future because of the fact that we don't have businesses here paying taxes. We've lost that. CEI was a main supplier of that money. They're gone. This is why we're in financial disgrace, as I would call it. I don't understand, as I say many times when I come up here. I like the fact that some of my other fellow citizens use the same phrase, because they don't understand. I don't understand how we're supposed to trust these people. We should have much more foresight than allowing them push us. The NDA that was initially signed with the city, I believe, was a huge mistake. Because what it did was gave them the upper hand. We agreed to terms that we should never have done. And they were allowed to start to manipulate us. It's continued to this day. I believe it will continue for many more. The NDA should be thrown out, ripped up, because all it is a piece of paper that says we're not telling the public anything. I tried to buy the property. I was starting to move into procedures to do it. They wanted me to sign the NDA. I did. I sent it back. Never to hear from them again. They ghosted me. They didn't want anything to do with me. And Mr. Shields proudly said in the parking lot, I killed that deal. Why would you take away a prospective buyer? They don't know my means. They don't know that I caddied on tour for 35 years. I have players who made $50 million a year over their career. Nobody cares. I could call in a favor. Doesn't matter. So 23 acres of park space that has to be remediated. ODNR is getting involved, I see, because of legislation that's on the agenda for tonight. Are we going to be able to access this land, this water? You okay?
I'm fine.
We're going to be able to access the water? That shoreline's going to be, once they start tearing it apart, all the stuff's going to come to the top again. Remediation's going to go on for a long period of time. I don't see it getting any better. 10% increase in population for our traffic in that location. Dense, very dense. Lake Road's going to have to be widened. It's going to have to be changed. Buildings, the land's going to come from somewhere. Is that coming from ALERG's land? Because our land's supposed to be along the lakeshore. I don't understand why we still keep going down this path. You need to stop it. I've been around the world. I've seen developments like this crash. Puerto Rico, where we played at Trump's facility there, they build all kinds of 5-story high-rises. They had maybe 16 tenants out of 65 facilities. That could happen here. Then what? Still no tax revenue. It's a horrible situation we're in. We need to change it.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to come forward on item 1, the Planning and Zoning Code text amendments? Come on forward, give your name and current address.
My name is Richard Shields, Chicago, Illinois. I'm a development executive for Chera Environmental Redevelopment Group, and I represent ALERG in the redevelopment of the power plant. I've had the opportunity to work for the last 5 years with the city regarding this development. In May of 2020, when I called to inquire with the city what they were going to do when the power plant would close, they acted a little surprised, not having heard that it was going to close. And I asked 2 questions. Number 1, what are your plans for the power plant? And how can we work together to make those come to effect? And at that time, they said 2 things. Number 1 is we want access to the lake. And number 2 is we want the plan cleaned up. And over the summer, we continued our discussions, and in September of 2020, the City Council and the mayor sent a letter saying, we're interested in, we'd like to work with you. And at that point, our plans, our economic analysis, our market analysis, our engineering plans were centered on meeting those 2 criteria that the city had. And I think that, I've heard a lot tonight and in the past about, we need more time. There needs to be more study. Well, this site has undertaken tens and tens of millions of dollars investment to do engineering, to do studies, to do planning, to do remediation, and to demolish a complex industrial facility, to do engineering on the shoreline and in the infrastructure, to take traffic studies that the city provided us and to evaluate the engineering requirements of this site and to produce an initial plan based upon a mixed-use office residential development. Well, we did this through COVID, we did this through inflation, we did this through tough economic times, but we continue to spend money, we continue to pay taxes on the property, and we moved forward with all the remediation activities and demolition and marketing. And this overlay today is not the result of lawyers and the city getting together to talk about code. It is the result of 5 years of engineering, market analysis, planning to define what's possible and to create the basis for what could be possible in the marketplace to attract investment and to have it integrate into the community. Mr. Shamir's raised these important questions in his public postings, and citizens tonight have raised, and they're all appropriate because this is a huge project. And it is something that we began by doing the economic analysis, looking at the engineering. We hired R.A. Smith, a national engineering firm, who developed road plans, utility plans, did a TIA, did additional traffic studies, because we're on Lake Road, so you already have to do a TIA as a result of that, and developed engineering plans for that initial plan. When we discovered that the marketplace for office was waning, we changed our plans in 2023, also as a result of having to bring the stack down that had problems, and remove the turbine hall, remove the office, and got to a simpler, less dense plan. And we revised our engineering plans, and we started to develop economic analysis for that. And in doing that, this overlay helps us to tell the world that this site is ready for taking all offers, to see what's possible. And it says what is allowed. Today it's industrial. But with the B3 change and for the overlay, people can come forward with their plans. These are parallel processes. They're not sequential. We have done 5 years of engineering work spending millions of dollars. But without the zoning, developers take on the risk. And when they can choose and buy land that is zoned, they're going to go there. But also, the TIF can't be even moved forward without the zoning being in place, because your entire economic analysis is doing that. When we met with the school superintendent and the city finance director in 2021, they made it pretty clear that this is going to have a huge impact on the community because of the significant tax base it would generate 10 to 20 times what it does per year today, or even when the plant was operating. And that opportunity creates the future tax base to be able to pay for the roads, to pay for an increase in tax revenues to the schools, and to support the community outside the boundaries of the plan and what is in the TIF district to improve roads or make other businesses possible. The real risk is not having development here and not having the opportunity for improving the tax base. And they ask about, well, who's going to maintain the park? That's a great question. And building a new park and how you design it and how to build it is a critical part of the maintenance ability. Working with Metro Parks, we met with the mayor and Metro Parks in 2021 to start to talk about an intergovernmental agreement to plan and maintain the parks on a long-term basis. And in fact, in 2023, we had entered a purchase agreement with Metro Parks to buy a portion of the lakefront to obtain a grant to pursue this funds in the state of Ohio. That didn't happen. But it's an important part of all the decisions you have to make. But you'll have the park. It's an investment to have this opportunity there. Now, we've heard tonight about density is too high. The density is a result of the value of this land and what it takes to be able to, generate the funds to buy the parks. But it also sets a cap. it's not what's going to be built there. That is a cap. That's an absolute maximum that's going to be there. And this will be done over the next 5 to 7 years. The Plan Commission and the council will approve development plans on a phased basis in the future. And the market will absorb them probably about 300 to 600 units a year at the best. Now, we heard about, how can this compete against the stadium project? Well, I've built 6 stadiums around this country, and I've done 26,000 residential units in mixed-use developments. They're all very different everywhere you go, from Crocker Park to the stadium project. This has a location in a community that has its own inherent values. And the types of people and types of interests that are going to be here. We got approached in the meeting on Wednesday night by somebody said, look, I want that first unit. I have a friend that wants to buy the second unit. And how soon can we meet to show us that unit? We hope that with this overlay, you can start to see real plans from developers who will bring forward ideas of 3-story, 5-story, 7-story buildings with a mix of types of units and 1 and 2 bedroom units that really will change the character of the town in an appropriate way by giving a new housing choice in a new location, letting potentially residents live here longer. The question keeps up, we need more studies, we need more studies. This overlay is the beginning of a long process where once the property is subdivided, you will have to enter into utility agreements and subdivision agreements that set forward all the requirements, including guarantees for the cost of infrastructure improvements. And that process that you go through in your existing code, in your 5-step process, is not being changed one bit by this overlay. It's still going to be followed. And I think that the overlay does not bypass analysis. It is the framework that the analysis can come forward. The overlay, again, doesn't approve the project. It doesn't commit financing. It doesn't bypass analysis. It establishes this framework. And those next steps will allow you to see real future economic creation in the city that you can control. Without this framework, it's difficult. In a great market, it's difficult. But the question is not whether the analysis should happen now. It has happened. We've been working on this for 5 years. And it'll happen again in more detail with more guardrails and more guarantees. We believe this overlay does this, and we will look forward to continuing to work with the council to move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shields. Oh yeah, we're here. We're not going anywhere, but you lost your space. So
I'm Tracy Wakeman. I'm a resident of Avon Lake, and I have been listening. I did not prepare anything. I think everything that has been said from the residents' point of view in terms of the studies that need to be done, things that we need to know about the abatement issues of that land, the traffic studies, we need to know more. I think that we've been very, at least vocal here, about what we need to know. And I don't think Mr. Chicago here should even have a voice if we're talking about zoning.
Whoa. Time out a second, okay? First of all, comments are directed to the chair.
I am directing them to you.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't want any remarks directed at anyone in particular.
Well, I didn't name a name.
Well,
I don't know the names.
You did though, ma'am. I don't want to get in an argument with you. I'm
Well,
going to let you
nonetheless,
talk.
any people or businesses that are currently invested in this property
I'm
that
gonna-
don't live in the city, don't pay taxes, should not have a voice in zoning this
I'm
property.
going to let you go on, but I just take my
Am I
warning,
wrong?
please. I didn't even hear what you said. I was trying to get my words
Nobody's
in.
hearing what we're saying. That's what I've
That
been
isn't
watching
that's
here.
true. That's not true. I think
Yeah, that's
everyone
true,
here
but
listens
people
very
in
well.
this business, this business venture, the suits, whatever, whoever they are, they don't live here. If they don't live here, they shouldn't even have a voice in the zoning of this property. They shouldn't have your attention in any of it. This is our land as a city. It belongs to us, our community. We need to know what's going on with the development. We have more questions. I don't think it's time to be looking at a zoning change. You think that the 5-year studies that have been done are enough? Well, apparently not, because people here don't believe so. We are asking questions. I don't understand why somebody that has their money invested in that property already is even has your attention on a zoning issue. The zoning issue is for the residents. It's not a zoning issue for the businesses.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Wakeman. Come ahead on up.
Nobody recognizes me, right? My first meeting. First ever. Here I am, right? Opening big mouth.
Okay.
My name is Debbie Rutan, and I am a resident of Avon Lake. We have moved here just a little shy of 3 years ago. And the thing that brought us here was we relocated to Westerville, Ohio from Dayton, where we lived for 40 years, to live closer to our son, who lives in Bay. And we moved to Westerville to be closer to him when he lived in Pickerington. Well, guess what? Job changes, right? So here this grandma is chasing down the grandsons, moving to what we found by going to the public library, this amazing town that reminds us so much of the home that we lived in just north of Dayton in a small town called Englewood. Englewood is the kind of town that, you know, the mayor is, he's your eye doctor, and the dentist is on the school board. And that's just the kind of town it is. The people are connected well there. And we saw this as old Englewood when we moved here. This is a kinder, gentler culture than we've ever lived in. And we appreciate that above everything else. Now, I will be honest with you that I have poked in and out of some meetings. When I see them streaming live, I'll try to sit through as much as I can. And I'm just now learning about this community, its history, the people that are here now, what investments they have in this history of this community. And we love it. We just absolutely love it. I will say that I'm one that watches body language, and I'm not one to step up and speak first because I have an opinion. I like to listen and watch people and see how they're invested, and a lot of that comes from body language. And I will commend you all but one of you have totally given eye contact to the speakers except one individual. And then when the lawyers spoke, that individual was paying very close attention to the lawyer speaking. So that's a pretty good ratio. I will tell you, that's as far as you guys have been drugged through this, sounds like for a very long time, and it sounds like it's gotten personal with some people, which is totally wrong, because you're all here to invest yourselves in this community that is so great. I think the community itself, from what I'm hearing here, wants it to stay great. We all know it's great. We just want it to stay great. And there's a lot of unanswered questions. The biggest question I had would be, is there not some sort of code in the books that limits height of elevations to 6 stories? Is it true there's not going to be any parking, public parking at the park, the designated park area, which by the way is phenomenal that you guys are pulling that off. But is there truly no public parking going to be available there? That's a mistake, because there's a town in Florida that we live near down there in the winter. We winter down there, and it's called Boca Grande. It's on Gasparilla Island. It's an amazing, very wealthy community island. And there's 2 counties that actually are governing that one island. And the one county decided that it was time to limit parking for beach access by permit only, residents only. And so what they did was they eliminated access to 80% of the beaches on Boca Grande because people can't park. So they have to go to where the public parking is, which is the lesser of the beaches. And it's basically given people who live there pretty much private access to those beaches. I don't think we want to do that at our park. this amazing new park that we're all so excited to see happen, we need to have parking there so that we can visit. Right now, I mean, we go to Veterans 4 or 5 times a week probably, or we'll go to Miller Road Park and listen to music, and you know, it's hard to get parking. It's really hard. And if you're going to add this facility and not have parking out there, that's going to be a problem for people who live in town that want to come. You know, if you say build it and they will come, well, you need to park when you come. So please do that, okay? I just want to commend you all for the hard work that you're all putting in this. We're so excited about it. I'm hoping that I will live long enough to see it finished. And just think about what the citizens want. This town is the way it is because people before you on this council had a plan. And just know what your plan is, please. And know how it's going to affect the citizens of the community, please.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Rattan, and we're very glad that you chose Avon Lake over Bay Village. Thank you. All right, anybody?
I hope that was on.
It might have been. I wasn't watching, so I don't know. All right, anyone else on item 1?
Unless you'd like.
But we're getting ready to go to item 2, but come ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you. My name is Jordan Burns. To those of you who take issue with
You have to talk to me.
understood. For those in attendance who take issue with non-residents of Avon Lake speaking here today, guilty. For those of you who have issues with lawyers or people in suits, guilty also. I'm here though tonight as the attorney for the city of Avon Lake in connection with this proposed zoning. My partner Majid McLoof and I have been engaged by the city council to act as counsel. So when questions come up about who's looked at this on behalf of the city, the answer is we have. And we've done that based on our, in my case, 36 years of experience now as an attorney practicing primarily in the land use area. Much of that work, frankly, most of that is on behalf of private developers. But I don't want anybody in this room to think that because of that, or because, to be blunt, LERG is paying our fees through an arrangement with the city. I don't want anybody to think that we are serving anybody other than the city of Avon Lake. That's our responsibility. Lawyers take oaths and are governed by a code of professional conduct to ensure that they represent the interests of clients, and our client is the city of Avon Lake. So with that in mind, let me respond to a few of the comments that have been made tonight, and also more generally to talk about the zoning text amendment that is before the city council. This amendment, as you've heard, is the product of a great deal of work. It started with work conducted by ALERG and its team, because they are, contrary to what was said earlier, they are the applicant here. They are the owner of the property. They are the ones who have applied for the zoning code amendment, text amendment, that may be applied to the property that they currently own, as is their right under the city's zoning code. It started with them, but it didn't end with them. In that process, we were engaged by the city to assist the city in evaluating that zoning text and making proposed changes to that text, which ultimately were made on our strong recommendation. Those recommendations include changes to address things like building height and view corridors and the massing of buildings and the access to the public park area, which I will get to in a moment. And most importantly, ensuring that this overlay district, the LMUO overlay district, will not be applied to the power plant property unless there is a 20-acre public park accessible to the public. Those were the marching orders from the administration when we were engaged, and part of the challenge, to be blunt, is how to impose that requirement on a private property owner. Because as hopefully everybody in this room knows, you can't simply, because you're the government, demand that a private property owner give you, or the city, or its residents, property. The Constitution forbids that without compensation. And the challenge here was how to ensure that development occurs but preserves as a condition the public park, because a publicly accessible public park was of primary importance in evaluating what was going to come for this property next in its life after the demolition of the power plant. And so that was a primary charge to us in the context of a zoning code text amendment. And I'm going to keep repeating that because that's what's before the City Council right now, a zoning code text amendment. There's talk of all sorts of other components of the proposed redevelopment of the power plant property. There's talk of the acquisition of that public park area. There's talk of of public financing, of tax increment financing. There are concerns, legitimate concerns, over the condition, the environmental condition of the property, both the bulk of the power plant property and the property that would be used for public park purposes. There are a host of concerns. They are all legitimate concerns. But the issue before the City Council is zoning. And I want to make sure that that's clear. And I also want to make clear that while that is the issue before the City Council, the concerns about the need for further study of all of those issues, of traffic, of infrastructure needs, all of those are part and parcel of the development of the property and have some role in what happens with respect to development of the property, but not necessarily in connection with a text amendment to provide for this overlay district. And I want to emphasize that in part because of what was on the screen a little bit earlier, and I think it's been handed out to residents here as well. As I described myself earlier, I'm a land use lawyer. Sometimes people call us zoning lawyers, but zoning is only one part of the process. And it's only one part of the process that goes on before the city, any city, in connection with the development of property. As you've heard from ALERG's lawyer, zoning is the first step in the development of property. Because, to be blunt, without that, as much as you heard about the studies that ALERG and CHARA have done to evaluate how they think the property can be used, no one will invest the money in purchasing the property beyond the stage that ALERG did, to demolish it, to clean it up, and to sell it off for development without knowing the zoning. You heard Mr. Phillips earlier say, just sell it and make it subject to zoning. Sometimes that's a workable solution, but in a property of this size, of this scale, and frankly, with all of the public concern and all of the issues that it raises, that just is far too uncertain to expect a purchaser to sign a contract and wait and see how long, where that zoning process takes them and what type of uses they'll be allowed to make of a property. There are residential developers out there, there are commercial developers out there, there are developers who focus on low-rise, high-rise, all sorts of things. And without the zoning being in place, no developer, nobody who wants to actually develop the property is going to agree to a purchase price on the property because it's dependent on the zoning. So zoning is the first step, but as you can see, it's the first of a number of steps, both generally and under your zoning code. And I want to emphasize that when I say under your zoning code, there were also some comments that I believe Mr. Phillips made critiquing what's lacking from this chapter.
Okay, we're getting close, and again, you know, the comments need to be directed to me.
I'm not meaning to, I'm just sort of setting where the concern was
Yes.
raised. I'm not criticizing. But I want to point out that Avon Lake, as you all know, because many of you participated in the process, not so long ago undertook a dramatic amendment of your zoning code. And in doing that, you did some things that frankly, many other communities in Northeast Ohio did not do and have not done in their zoning codes. So for instance, you've got a separate chapter in your zoning code that addresses accessory uses rather than addressing them in connection with each use classification. You've got a separate chapter on parking requirements that designates the parking requirements for various uses, including park uses. You've got a chapter that addresses landscaping requirements across the board. You've got a chapter that addresses, I should say, in connection with the parking chapter, you've got a section there that requires traffic impact studies in connection with particular projects, including projects that, because of their scale and their potential impact, warranted as determined by the development committee of the city. So you've got built into your code any number of provisions that address concerns that have been raised here. In this zoning code text amendment, we've built in, as part of it, a requirement that if a developer wants to use the property for an LMUO development, they've got to go through the development plan review process that's in Chapter 1218 of your code already. That's a rigorous process, as others have alluded to it. It requires the submission of a development plan. It's reviewed by the staff. It's reviewed by the Planning Commission. There are public hearings in connection with the Planning Commission review. There is an infrastructure review in connection, in order to determine what the infrastructure needs are in connection with the development of the property, both on-site and off-site. Now there are some who might say, why not do that now? ALERG has some idea of what the property might be. Why not just do that now? And the answer is because ALERG has an idea. They don't have a plan. And you need a plan in order to do that kind of evaluation. Engineers don't work off of ideas when they're evaluating infrastructure needs. They need a plan so that they can do the necessary calculations that will determine all of those details. And that's
Thank you.
what
If you
you've
could
got to
wrap
do.
it up, please.
Thank you. After that, you've got a subdivision process. That subdivision process requires a subdivider agreement. It requires a developer to ensure the means for payment of infrastructure improvements. There's been concern about how do these things get paid for. The answer is that they get paid for pursuant to an agreement with the city in connection with the subdivision process. And then after that is the whole construction process, the construction not just of the infrastructure, the horizontal improvements, but the vertical improvements, the buildings themselves. That goes through a separate process. Candidly, ALERG and whoever it may choose to sell the property to are a long way from that from that step. And there are going to be lots of meetings, lots of public hearings where those things are going to be considered. And that's because of the zoning text that we are proposing. And when I say we are advocating on behalf of the city administration a zoning text amendment that we believe accomplishes what the city is looking to accomplish and sets in place those processes that will ensure the types of concerns that are being raised here are addressed in an orderly fashion, not based on ideas, but based on plans, because that's the only effective way to do those sorts of things. So I want this council to know, I want everybody in the room to know that we have paid attention to those issues and we have addressed them thoroughly in connection with this, and we believe that the city's interests will be well protected here. Thank you.
Thank you.
got comments which I want to deal with, unless we're controlling the narrative.
Lord, I'm not controlling any narrative. So, all right, before we go to council, does anyone else have anything else from the audience that they'd like to come forward and indicate? All right.
Chairman, there's a
See-
letter from.
Yes, go ahead.
So I received email from Mary Ann Hocken, who was unable to attend tonight, but she wanted to express her concerns. She states, "I have no issue with changing the zoning to allow for redevelopment. However, I have a concern for the fact that 60 units of housing per acre will be permitted. I feel that this action would destroy the public view of the lake and lakefront. I think we need to acknowledge who owns that view. Is it just the people who pay for it, or does it belong to all of us? Already, a drive down Lake Road yields very little view of the lake. Surely there can be some sort of compromise that meets the aesthetic and economic development. Thank you."
Thank you. Please put that in the record. Also, if you would please put the code sections that Mr. Phillips put forward, make sure that's in our record as well. Okay, at this point, while the public hearing's still open, is anyone from council on my left wish to say anything? Or the mayor? Seeing none, to my right, Mr. Shamir.
May I get connected to the overhead, please?
Wait, where did that come from?
Connected for a moment.
I'm not sure what. Let me check.
You're on.
You're connected, sorry.
All right.
First of all, I think does not want to see the development of the lakefront. And I do understand what Mr. Hunt and what Mr. Shields have presented and said. You know, they deal with this as a business, and I respect them for that. What they present, what they have brought forth, totally understandable as a business. And there is a fundamental difference of opinion between what a sequence of this 1219 approval may look like and what is being put forth. The weaker sequence is the zoning framework and then later dealing with the issues that may come up. What, at least in my humble opinion, we need a plan which is going to look at the infrastructure, economics, the fiscal structure. So what is the economics and the economic impact of this project on the city of Avon Lake? And then we go through zoning and implementation. You know, I heard Mr. Burns say that, you know, it's the process that they have put together and presented, and that's how it happens everywhere. Well, this is not everywhere. This is the city of Avon Lake. The gaps as they sit is what is the infrastructure requirement, what is the development economics, and what is the financial implication on the city of Avon Lake. That is the important component. So when you take the infrastructure requirement and the development economics, you put that together and you come up with the financial implication on the city, on the taxpayers, and on the future development. Okay? Again, we're all for development, but as long as it's sound development. Now, when we talk about it, we say you want to plan it, you want infrastructure plan to be available, economics, fiscal structure, zoning is the last step. Yet, where we are is they want zoning, and then we will deal with the hard questions. And that's understandable. Also, we do have what's called Chapter 1218, and we have the proposed Chapter 1219. Questions that may be asked, why not utilize Chapter 1218? Under 1218, you have 18 units per acre. That's a total of 387 units for the total 43 acres. 43 acres, not 20 acres. That, if you take a straight line number for simplicity of $500,000, that would be roughly about $200,000. Now, if we go to Chapter 1219, for 20 acres, you have 60 units per acre. That's a total of 1,200. That's a maximum. So they could go up to that. They may not go up to that, as they've said. But the financial difference is roughly about $400 million. $400 million in upside. And that is great. As a business, that's what I would want. And the difference is 813 units additional for another $400 million. That's $500 million almost of potential upside. You know, we talk about taking the parkland and giving the future developers $400 million worth of upside. We're not getting that parkland for free. We're going through a TIF structure to pick up that parkland and spend another $15 million on top of that to do what? Develop a park. Now, I've asked about the strategy of negotiation, the strategy of how we came about this system. Our consultants have told us we don't have a strategy. We don't do negotiation based on strategy. That's what I've been told, and I have it on recording on the council meetings. And I find that quite interesting. Great. So the city is saying that, okay, through a TIF structure, we will buy it for $15 million. We will make a park, not remediate. We will make a park for another $15 million. We will pay our professionals $1.5 million out of the remaining $30 million of TIF. And what remains, may it be $28.5 million, would go for environmental remediation, infrastructure, and whatever may come up. Again, I understand as a business person that that's a good deal. But with my hat as a civil servant, as a representative of my constituents, when I look at that deal, I find it faulty. And I'll tell you, you know, I've heard great things about everyone here. And ALERG and their team, they're doing a great job. They are doing what they're supposed to. That I have no qualms about. But I'll tell you something, you know, we have hired consultants, we have hired the best of the best. But I'm going to give you a little bit of my background, just as everyone else has. I've negotiated concession agreements in the billions of dollars. I have negotiated production sharing agreements in the hundreds of millions of dollars. I have negotiated contracts for the past 35 plus years. I have been involved in environmental, engineering, energy, and associated contracts and businesses. I have represented nation states at the United Nations during their conflict after the first Gulf War, the environmental impacts. So, you know, I sit here and I understand we have the best of the best. But I come from a negotiation background. So when I look at the city's investment, whether it's through a functional TIF that we develop parks, we create value. And where does that value reside? It resides on the private side. That is first and foremost. Because let me tell you, that 1,200 potential units have the first access, the first view of that park. Now, I may be wrong. Prove me. In 2.5 years since I have been on this council, neither the administration or anyone else has bothered to come and prove me wrong, to sit down and have a conversation about where this is going. To me, I look at it, prove me wrong. The upside is $400 million. The public concession of $30 million, yes, it's through a TIF, but a TIF has a cost. Now, when I brought this up and put this forth to administration, what they told me is, infrastructure plans not available, not there, economics, nothing there. So fiscal structure, that stuff will come in later. So as Mr. Burns put this up, what was told to us last week, this time, a few hours before council meeting, we received this presentation, that only after zoning, we can then deal with what? Infrastructure plans, economics. But, we operate based on an NDA. I have sworn an oath. I sit behind this dais as a representative of this community and its people who elected me. Yet, I have also agreed to an NDA. So that NDA also allows me access to the environmental information that is being presented to review. Now, infrastructure and economic reports and plans, which I've requested, would also fall under that NDA. Now, on numerous occasions, I've asked for that information for the past 27 months. 27 months, I've asked the administration, where can we get? Where is the information? We need this information. Nothing. Last Monday, I came to understand that this information has been available to the mayor and administration for over 27 months. That is a problem. That is a problem with transparency. That is a problem because, my first thought is, fundamentally, if that is a sound plan, why in the heck that information is not brought forth to us? My issue is not ALERG and Avison Young. They've done what they had to do. That information has been available with the city. I will go back to another comment that was made by Mr. Shields. Mr. Shields said when we came here 5 years ago, the city was surprised that the power plant was going away. They were surprised. I find that quite interesting that a city is surprised that a power plant, a coal power plant, under all sorts of environmental regulation and issues that has been forcing power plants of similar nature to close, to be surprised. That's quite a dilemma. So when I look at this and Burns and Ochner puts this in front of us through the mayor, that this is what is needed, yet I understand that for over 27 months, that information has been available with the city. Yet, Yet, I have consultants who are the city's consultants. As Mr. Burns said, they were hired by city council. I don't see those consultants as city council, because when I ask the question, and you know that that information exists, you yet put this forth in front of us. We are not cows. We actually care. When I sit here and when I ask the question, you don't control what comes to council because you want them to see it or not. It is not that we're putting the drapes before the structure or the building. It is that we want to understand what the drapes need to look like in the future. So, when information availability, the city has access to infrastructure plans and project economic models supplied over 27 months ago. No meaningful development economic analysis has been done, at least shown to us. If you had the information, why haven't you taken that information and did the economic analysis on the tax mixes? What tax requirements do we need? What is it that we need as a community? This information was not provided to council for review and assessment. I have asked for that information for over 27 months. The first time of Mr. Ted Esborn, and continuously during meetings and other venues. So the lack of disclosure reflects a failure of transparency. It is the right of this council to get access to information. I sit here not to waste my time. I am not here to sit and be force-fed in the last second, with information that the administration decides to feed the council. So when I ask for the information, it's like, we don't have it, but let me tell you, when it comes down to it, last second, it's forced through, brought forth. So the overlay district should be returned to Planning Commission for reevaluation, supported by the city's infrastructure and economic assessment before being resubmitted to council. That is what needs to happen. Now, whether other council members agree, that is not something that I can say, but I can tell you, until that happens, I will not support this. And I have a problem with the consultants that we have hired until I am able to conclude that I have received information. I do not trust what comes into my hand, because you're either telling administration not to supply the information because the information is not viable, or you're managing the narrative. That narrative does not need to be managed. We actually have a brain. We actually are able to assess. Now, whether we like it or not, we are here to represent the community. We are the legislative branch of this city. And as such, I hold them accountable, and I hope that everyone else does as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shamir. I see 2 hands down, 3 hands down on my right. I will start with Mrs. Fenderbosh because her hand I saw first.
Thank you, maybe because I'm closest to you over here. I think that what has happened tonight is under a broad category that I'm going to call the development plan for the power plant. I think you would agree to that. We've given some of our background. I was a commercial interior designer. I worked with on the Weatherhead School of Management. I worked with the GSA on the courthouse downtown Cleveland, the Cuyahoga Library, the Cleveland Library System, along with many, many more, many, many cities. and I worked underneath a lot of architects. I've been in front of a lot of planning commissions and zoning boards over my period of my history of about 30 some years doing that. And I thoroughly enjoyed it. And who would know that I would take that experience and bring it here? And as you all know, I was the former council president. Before that, I was the former member on planning commission. So I want to bring to you a process, because I think that's where the community really needs to understand where the process is, right? All the questions asked tonight is very legitimate. Every one of you asked a legitimate question. I thank my colleague over here, Mr. Shamir, because he asked very legitimate questions of the planning process development program. But that's not what we're talking about tonight. So let me extrapolate from all of that to where we are tonight. Tonight, we're just talking about two things. In this first hearing, we're going to have a second hearing. The first hearing has to do with a lakefront mixed use overlay. That's all it is. And I want to explain this to everyone so that they understand all of the wonderful comments that came from Mr. Phillips. And by the way, Mr. Phillips, there's a typo. Your very first chapter should be 1234.22 versus 1244.22. But anyhow, all the processes that Mr. Phillips went through, they're already on our books. They're on our books because, as Jordan explained from Burns-Ochner, we have divisions and departments. So what's going to happen is that there is this guardrail out there. And for all of you wanting to know, well, gosh, what's going to happen if this should go through? You've heard about the 18 different ways that we could have something there at the former power plant location. Besides a park, this is in addition to a park, here they are. Multi-family dwellings, offices, administrative, business, professional, medical, cultural facilities. I had a lady come to me Wednesday and said, you know, wouldn't it be great to have a big Metro Park laboratory on the first floor with all glass windows looking out to the lake, and then on the second floor have a big community event center there that we could be having events at? I mean, there's just so many things going on. We could be working with the scuba diving people. We could have glass boats, and they could go out into the water, and they could be looking at the wrecks. So, I mean, cultural facilities. The next one would be residential community centers, commercial business support services, financial institutions, microbreweries, microdistillery, micro winery, mixed use buildings, and again, it pursues to another part of our chapters, multi-tenant use, of course, public parks, open space, natural areas, personal services, public marinas. Well, I've got to tell you, that's going to be way down the road because that water out there is just too shallow right now the way it stands for marinas. So somebody's going to have to come in later and really dig it out. Restaurants, taverns, or bars, maybe on the top of one of those condos, or maybe there could be a boutique hotel. There could be a bar up there, you know, looking out over the water. Retail boutique businesses. Now, conditional uses. Conditional uses are a little bit more difficult to get through, but there's 3 of them. Commercial recreational facilities, indoor and outdoor, commercial marinas, boat rental, charter, hotels. So those are the types of things that could come to us, and it won't come to us in a mixed use. What's going to come to us is going to be a site development plan. And that site development plan is first going to come to the city. It will go through all of the department heads, and they will ask all their questions. They'll come to planning. They'll go through their questions, right? And then it will come over to the city council. And that's where you're going to have your impact studies and your traffic studies and outdoor lighting and architectural standards and landscaping and screening and parking and on and on. And the questions about, well, you're going to have a park, but where will people be? The city has to hire a park planner. And during that park planning process, that will come to be. I want to talk about remediation, because why would we want to have a park if it's all contaminated, right? So we can't purchase it until it is clean to a park. So someone said here that they did not want to have the zoning to be changed. If we don't change it, it is as it is now, and that's industrial, with parcels that'll be for two parcels that'll be for residential. You want it to go later on, what you're going to do later after this, there's going to be a public hearing for a B3 to get rid of the industrial so we don't have an asphalt plant there, right? So the remediation will be taking place before we purchase it. And the payment for how it's going to be remediated is by the seller. That's how it comes in, and by the vertical developer. So there will be site plans. And then people ask, well, who maintains and who pays for it? Well, who pays for this is over a 30-year period of time is through the TIF. But that's not what we're talking about tonight. But Chairman, the only thing I wanted to really focus on was to come back to why we're here, because the public has a lot of questions that they need answers to. And they've been talking about a complete development plan. That's what's not on for tonight. What's on for tonight is simply an overlay. And the overlay is one of the chiffon curtains, if you will, that's over top of the property zoning. And that's all that it is. Later, with the site plans, there will be these off-ramps. And if the city doesn't like the position of the building, the city can say, change it, alter it. And in this particular document, it actually talks about the frontages of the buildings. But that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to make sure that people knew why we were here tonight.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyone else have anything that they want to say before I close this public hearing? Go ahead, Ms. Gentry.
So I just wanted to comment that we aren't just voting for words on a page. What we are talking about is changing the zoning for this property, and my concern here is that I don't know that we understand now that there's been some economics developed that hopefully we'll be getting before our final vote on this. But what I haven't seen, and Ayler and Chara, the information that you guys have provided is great information and will help us do this analysis. But what I haven't seen from anyone from the city is how much this 23-acre property is going to cost us to maintain. And I hear that, we're too far, it's that we determine way later down in the process. But you don't walk into a business agreement without having some fundamental understanding of the cost to the people. So what I did, because I'm not a planner, because I'm an engineer, but in mechanical engineering, this is not my forum, but I went into Copilot and I said, what does it take to do a park of 23 acres on a lakefront property? And it came up with $410,000 a year for park maintenance. That doesn't include a park planner and that information either. Then on top of that, I asked, okay, well, if we've got 60 units per acre, how much infrastructure, how many police, fire, roads is that going to cost? Now, this is all estimates, but it came up with $1.2 million. Now, we are currently going to the city residents and asking them for $5 million a year right now because we can't afford our roads. So I want to see, before we vote on this, an economic plan that shows that we can actually afford a 23-acre beach. And by the way, this does not address whether or not we have a beach.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gentry. Mr. Kaz, I'll get down to this end in a minute.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Council President. Okay, so some of my questions have been addressed by some of my colleagues, but I think I want to start by saying, with regards to some of the comments from Mr. Shamir, I support what he says with regards to some materials that we learned that may be in the possession of the city of Avon Lake. And I agree and support that any materials that the city may have from ALERG with connection to this project should be made available to City Council. So anything ALERG has given to the city that is, for lack of a better term, here in City Hall should be available for City Council to review. We are under the NDA. Even if that means that council members would have to come down here and view a hard copy of it rather than having it put out online. I think that would be fine as well too. But I do think that if there is materials in the building, council should have the opportunity to review that, primarily because we are the ones voting on it, and we have a right to take a look at that. Additionally, with that, that another executive session be planned if any council members have questions on that material with members of ALERG or other members of the administration or any of our consultants in connection with that. So I think that's very important to get that full disclosure out there, take that issue off the table. Okay. Additionally, a couple of extra things as well too. So I have a few questions. Mr. President, if you could bear with me, I'm gonna have a few questions I'd like to direct to a few people. I have a few of them, if that's all right.
That's fine.
So I don't know who this question would go to, if it would go to Bernd Zochner or Mr. Davis or Mr. Ebert, but I'll read it, whoever wants to take the stab at this. And this was in some ways talked about a couple of times tonight, but I'm gonna ask it as a direct question, and if I could get a direct answer as close as we can in return. Okay, if a developer brings a plan, this is all providing that this were to pass. If a developer brings a plan forward and that development cannot satisfy the parking requirements, the infrastructure requirements, i.e. sewers, roads, etc., and the traffic concerns, can the Planning Commission and subsequently council reject the application until the City Council's concerns are satisfied?
Thank you. Mr. Ebert?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, in answer to that question, sorry.
Yes.
So that is grounds to reject it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, next one I have. This is gonna seem really trivial with all the big things we're talking about. If we could take a look at the second, 1219 with the list of allowed uses. It's the second page with all the 14 allowed uses. Again, this is going to seem very trivial with everything. But if you go down to 14, it says retail boutique businesses. If we could consider putting the word "and" in there, retail and boutique businesses, because the way that it reads, it would be basically saying only retail boutique businesses would be permitted, and that would be excluding other forms of retail that are not otherwise prohibited. So just a recommendation on that, if there could be consideration given to that. Next question that I have is 1219 is coming into effect, and it talks about the parkland that would be a major component of this. Over 50% of this 40 some odd acres would be acquired by the city for public parkland. It's in the purpose of this. This is the whole reason we started to go down this road was for the public parkland. Going back to the very beginning of our meetings on this with our consultants, we go back to the initial ones, and what rings in my ears still is when we were originally talking about the TIF, and it was but for the TIF, that's why we're considering the public parkland. The city does not have the funds to purchase this outright. We did not want to use general funds. We did not want to have to, take out loans on this, and the TIF was the mechanism to purchase the public parkland. That was the reason, the but for, that's the reason. Everything else followed it. If the TIF did not go through, if there was an issue with the schools, if there was an issue with the remediation, that it was not remediated to our satisfaction, if something prevented the TIF from being approved by the City of Avon Lake City Council, what happens to the LMUO? And I'm not sure who the best person to answer that question.
I'm going to ask Mr. Davis on that one.
So Todd Davis, outside Brownfield Council to the city. I mean, I'm not the zoning lawyer, but I can tell you my understanding is that those two issues are not connected. I mean, you're talking about a zoning change or a change to the.
No, that's not what he said. That wasn't the question. I'm sorry. Was somebody listening?
Well, no,
I'm sorry. He asked if the TIF,
if the TIF does.
if
No, I
the TIF is
understand.
not
If the TIF
approved by,
doesn't,
if
then
the
the-
TIF's
then
not
the app-
approved by
It
the
has nothing to-
schools,
Yes, go
what
ahead.
happens?
If the TIF isn't approved by the schools, then the acquisition of the park does not happen because all of the financing for this project is tied to the TIF.
Thank you.
So if I can continue?
Yes.
So if the parkland were to fall through, if the TIF were to be an issue, if there would be some snag there, for whatever the reason would be, and that component was removed, now we've got 48% that would be privately developed. We'd have the 50-something percent that the city would be unable to purchase for all the reasons that we had talked about before, why the city would not be able to purchase it for public parkland. So I'm trying to find a way to protect the city in an instance where the TIF, if that were to happen, if for whatever reason, like I said, whether the mechanism was the schools, the remediation, whatever it might be, maybe just the, we get some really bad news on the waterfront, backs us off, whatever that is. If the city does not take ownership of the parkland through the TIF, therefore unable to acquire it, is there language that we can add to this to protect the city? Because that is really why we're talking about this lakefront mixed-use overlays, to have the park being the centerpiece of this potential development.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
In the instance that you described, where for one reason or another, the park doesn't come to be. In that instance, an LMUO overlay zoning change would not be available. Again, this goes back to the comments that I and others have made here. This is simply a text amendment that allows for, if certain circumstances, conditions are met, for property to be developed in this manner. One of those conditions is that there must be public parkland adjacent to lake area within the LMUO district containing not less than 20 contiguous acres. If that didn't happen, either because the city ultimately didn't purchase it, because it's ultimately up to the city council to determine whether to purchase it. If, for instance, council weren't happy with the environmental condition, there are standards built into the contract. I don't want to get sidetracked with that. Or the TIF money wasn't available and other funds weren't available. Or it turned out that city council was concerned about the cost of maintaining a park in perpetuity. And there wasn't an arrangement with the metro parks, for instance, to address that. For whatever reason, it didn't happen. Then the property could not be developed under the LMUO chapter. It could be developed instead under the underlying zoning, which is currently I2. You're going to hear, there's a public hearing in a moment about changing that to B3. It could still be developed in that manner, but it could not be developed as an LMUO overlay district zone.
Thank you, Mr. Burns.
That's very helpful. I appreciate that. Thank
Anything
you.
further, Mr. Cox?
Let me just, real quick, let me just take a look. I was scribbling so many
I can
things
go to
down.
someone else if you want to take a look.
I can tell you, I think I'm okay. If I have any other questions,
Yeah,
I'll bring it
please.
up during
Yeah.
the next part. Thanks.
Thank you. On my left. Yes, Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you. I was thinking about what I wanted to say tonight, and in listening to Mr. Shamir, I do agree with a lot of what he's saying and a lot of the issues that he is bringing up. I'm not certain that this is necessarily the step where we can find a lot of that information, but I do want to say, transparency and trust is a big deal. If a member of council asks for information, the question shouldn't be, is this appropriate? Is this necessary? If that member thinks it is appropriate and necessary, it is appropriate and necessary, and that information needs to be provided to that member of council. We are the elected body here representing the people of Avon Lake. This is a huge deal. This is a huge project. I am inclined to support this overlay. That said, sentiments can change rather quickly if I do start to feel that things are being held from us purposely. I don't know. I'm not accusing anybody of that. I don't want to believe that is the case, but we need the information that we need. Mr. Shamir needs the information that he needs before he can vote on this. He's made that clear. In Planning Commission, I asked for the information on how we came, or how it was determined for the 1,000 to 1,200 units that is needed to make this financially feasible. And it was agreed upon that that would be provided. Is that information available and ready to be provided to council? This
Mr.
week?
Shields? I'm sorry.
Yes, it'll be available.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
He didn't say when.
This week.
Okay.
Wednesday is the date.
I appreciate that. I look forward to seeing the other information that has been requested. I have no reason not to trust anybody, and I want to keep it that way. So, you know, trust is a two-way street, and let's move forward transparently. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Mrs. Goodwin, you're up.
Thank you. One thing, first of all, thanks. I appreciate everyone speaking tonight, and I echo a lot of the same things that the rest of my colleagues have said. But for me, the number one takeaway that I have is that without a clear economic or infrastructure plan for our city as a whole, this project aside, residents have nothing larger to trust beyond what's in front of them. And I think the last few years that has been a very real, tangible thing. Everything that's popped up, we've been looking at these case by case instead of as a big picture visionary way. And I think that when it comes to that trust and reliability, you know, we have underperforming areas of the city already. So we don't want to add to that, right? Like, we want this to be the biggest, best thing that's ever been here for all of us to enjoy. And I think that having that future pathway and having more tangible things for us to look at, not marry, but for us to envision and be part of as a community, because when you look around at some of the underperforming areas, you think, well, the city kind of fell to the hand of the developer rather than working in conjunction with them on building something great and new and improving it. And I think that we need to get ahead of those optics for this, and we really need to work hard on providing residents with something bigger picture as well as this specific project, because this affects the entire city, not just one spot. When a fancy vertical developer comes driving off of I-90 up Lear 83 or even through Sheffield, they have a lot to look at on their way over to the lakefront. And I think that that being part of this overall plan is vital, because everything needs to have this project needs to be the pretty little bow on top of Avon Lake, not a stepping stone. And I'm done.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you. First, I want to thank everybody who came and expressed their opinions. They're all very valid opinions, and we appreciate hearing from all of you. As has been stated, this is a text amendment, so a lot of the questions and the concerns and everything that have been addressed will be addressed in the future in far more detail once we get a developer in place. I do want to ask if our council can address, or maybe even with ALERG, the situation brought up by Mr. Shamir, that for 27 months we've had information that we have not provided to council. One thing I would say about that, and I'll let them explain in greater detail, is We don't, as a city, own that information. That is proprietary information to ALERG. If they choose not to present that to council, that is certainly their right. And when it was brought to our attention that that was going to be a important factor in moving this forward, we went to ALERG, we talked to them about this to release that information, and they've agreed to do so. And you should have that information by Wednesday. But please, if someone could maybe explain that in greater detail to our council so they understand why there was a delay in providing that information.
At this point, I don't know that that's relative to the public hearing that we're having.
Well, it's very relevant if you have people not going to vote for this particular text amendment with that question being out there. I think it's very relevant.
Well, I understand that. All right, let's go. Go ahead.
Sure. First of all, I think the mayor hit it on the head when he said this is proprietary information. It's protected business confidential information. It's trade secrets. It's now not subject to public disclosure under the state statute, which was just passed recently. But we do have a non-disclosure agreement in place, and we're willing to share information with the council.
Thank you. And we look
did
forward.
not feel it was.
We look forward to getting that information. And we all understand sitting up here. We all understand sitting up here
Did you
that.
give it to the mayor?
All right, please. We all understand that not only is the mayor and the administration under an NDA, so is the city council under the same NDA, and we will abide by that NDA. And we would like to have that information.
We appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Shamir.
I want to clarify. You know, I have pretty good hearing, and I clearly understand what was said. What was said is the information has been with the administration for that duration that I stated and more. And the mayor stated, you don't share the information that you have with us or with me, so I don't share it with you. This is what was said specifically. So if you want to open it up, I'm more than happy to open it up.
Thank you, Mr. Shamir.
Thank you.
Yes, Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Thank you. I think that Mr. Reynolds put the head on the nail, and that is that things have happened that have unearthed all of the members up here of council because we felt that we weren't part of the team in having the information shared with us, even though we all had to sign and agree to the do not disclose agreements. But now I think what Mr. Reynolds said is that it's time to move forward. And that the trust,
thank you.
I wanted to finish my statement, sir, and that
Go
the
ahead.
trust has to begin today. The trust and the transparency has to begin today. So if that information is going to be in our hands on Wednesday, let's look at a new day come Thursday morning. Thank you.
All right. Anything further? All right. I'm going to close the public hearing on hearing item number 1. If the clerk would read item number 2, please. Yeah, I will. But I'm not going to take it. While all these folks are here, if they have something else to say, I want to hear it.
Upon the proposed rezoning of a 43.23 acre parcel owned by Avon Lake Redevelopment Group LLC located at 33570 Lake Road and designated by the county auditor as personal property parcel number 04000006101085, PPN number 04000006101023, parcel 6, and PPN number 04000006101022, parcel 7, from general industrial I-2 district and single-family residence R-1A district to special commerce district B3.
Thank you. This is the zoning ordinance that's going to change the property from industrial use to a B3 use in order so that the property can no longer be used as an industrial site. I think it's important for everybody to understand that, and then the overlay would go on top of that. We have these a little bit out of order. Probably the B3 should go first. Does anyone from Mr. Hunt, do you? Okay, Mr. Esch, go ahead. Mr. Esper, he's our Economic Development Director.
So I hope I can explain this as straightforward as I think it is. So the zoning at the site is industrial. It has been for a long, long time. One of the first things that mayor and council determined in 2021 when they learned that the plant was being demolished was that industrial was not consistent with new access to the lake or new ways to enjoy the lake. So as far back as then, the intent of the city was to change that zoning. We did not want an industrial use coming in and taking the land, which they would have been able to do. And we got that opportunity when we did the interim development agreements. So in the IDA, we put in the zoning change to B3. It wound up being right next to the overlay, which we've been discussing. B3 is a commercial district. You can find it online in the Planning and Zoning Code. It does not have residential in it, with the exception skilled nursing is a conditional use in B3. But otherwise, you can find the list of permitted uses. It's a mixture of retail, office, restaurant, passive park. We chose B3 because it was most consistent, we think, with creating new ways to enjoy the lake. So that's
All right,
it.
thank you.
Yep.
All right, this time I'm going to open, unless anyone, I don't think anyone else wants to come forward, I'm going to open it up to the public for any public input on this item dealing with the change of the property to B3, Commercial District. Okay, it's like, what's my line? Everybody's getting up and down. Oh, I guess that was to tell the truth, yeah. Welcome back, Mr. Phillips. On the B3 rezoning.
Yes. Gerald Phillips, Avon Lake. The criteria for the zoning for this property is in 121402E. And it lists various things that it needs to be done. One, it has to conform to the comprehensive land use plan. And you can read the comprehensive land use plan, to see if it conforms to it. There was a statement made at the, I don't know what you call it, the public input at the library, that this particular property could just have the site plan put on it, okay, without a rezoning. I mean, that's incorrect. There's a three-step process. You create the zoning district, then you put the overlay, okay, over the existing, and they both exist. Then you come in with the development plan. And I know that for a fact because I litigated that in the Ohio Supreme Court in the Norris case. And my extreme colleague, Burns Ochner, they were opposing counsel. And that's what the Supreme Court said. So any statement to the contrary is incorrect. And you can look in your zoning code under 1216.03 where you see zoning districts, it has the mixed overlay as a district. And therefore, you're going to have to do two rezoning, create the district, rezone it to the overlay, and then do the development plan. The comment about the 1219 that we don't need it because we have planning provisions and landscaping provisions, that's not true, because if you look at that, nothing in the parking says it's mandatory. So you have to make it mandatory in the 1219, and you got to make it mandatory in the landscaping plan to put it in 1219. Because if you really look at it, okay, you should be amending those sections if you don't put them in 1219. And that's clearly a flaw of what the planning commission did. They didn't look at all those other sections to add provisions in it. So in order to correct that, you have to put them in 1219. The B3, you have your 1216, which lists all your zoning districts. And when I was talking about the mix overlay, it's in your 1216. On the left column where it says it's a zoning district, therefore you're going to have to do the overlay as the same. Now, if you look on the uses for the B3, it lists them in various categories. You know, one of the categories is commercial, office, and mixed uses. And if you look under that, there's a provision as a permitted use, multi-tenant use. Okay? So, multi-tenant use. Title says mixed use, so that one includes residential. So I believe B3, residential uses can be permitted in it, contrary to what Mr. Esborn said. I found nothing in the code that would negate that definition, so it could be done in a B3. The problem with rezoning properties sometimes, all right, is it's tied to subdivision regulations. They're kind of interrelated. And I've heard comments that, well, we can't do anything because we need zoning first. Well, I have a question is, we know where the parkland's going to be. We got a diagram. We know where the 20 acres, it's all laid out. Probably can get a legal description. They have the other parcels, okay, they're going to develop. We can get a legal description on that. And we know it's a major subdivision because we got to put streets in it. So I'm kind of dumbfounded that we don't have a preliminary subdivision plan submitted. Because contrary to what they're saying, without a zoning district, they can't develop it. Well, without a preliminary subdivision plan, okay, they can't market it either. They can't market it, and the preliminary subdivision plan will deal with the issues of traffic. It will deal with the issues of streets. For example, it says that encourage the use of the land and circulation of all forms of traffic throughout the city, and to provide for the proper location and designs of streets, and to provide public infrastructure, facilities, and services are available concurrent with the development. So those statements that we need B3 zoning because nobody's going to do it, or we need the overlay, that's not stopping any developer. The fact that they don't have a subdivision plan or even applied for it. And two most important things. No developer is going to enter into a purchase agreement until we get a no further action letter and we get a covenant not to sue. Nobody's going to buy or even attempt to develop that property with both of them. All they're going to get is a purchase agreement contingent upon those items. And when those get done, then you'll be able to approach a developer and get a binding agreement. So there's no rush. We can wait. And B3 can wait too. Thank you. One other question.
Yeah, Mr. Phillips. Go ahead.
B3, Ayler never made the application for it. They're the property owner. You didn't refer it to them, which is the second way. The third way is Planning Commission, okay, could make a motion to do it. It wasn't done. Kelly LaRosa submitted that B3 application. She has no authority under 1214-02 to do that. So B3 is before you illegally. And you should follow the law. So refer it back
both of them and comply with the law. Otherwise, you may get sued, okay?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Anybody else relative to the B3 rezoning? Name and city, please.
Malachi Witt, and I live in Avon Lake.
Good evening again, Mr. Witt.
Good to see you again. Glad you're still doing well.
Thank you.
I did have a question. I'm not as far as the information, as far as the financial information that we're discussing not being disclosed and all that. That's still relevant to this conversation? And
I don't know if it's relevant to the B3, but go ahead and ask your question.
I'm just curious, because of, as an individual, I'm thinking in the position of a council person, not being a financial expert, individual council members, are they, because of the NDA, are they just left on their own to interpret this information, or are there third parties that can, third-party professionals that can help them evaluate that information and make decisions? And because of sunshine laws, you can't just group together and discuss it. So to me, it seems like a challenge that, especially in this tight time frame, we don't know how much information we're talking about. Is it 5 pages? Is it 100 pages? I just kind of voice like a concern.
We'll each have to assess it on our own, but thank you for bringing it up.
Okay. I just think it's relative to the timeline and being able to prepare for those things. But as far as the zoning, specifically the B3, I wanted to reiterate one of the points I was mentioning earlier, and I haven't really heard anyone talk about it specifically, as far as the city's ability to force developers to either, based on Supreme Court precedent, and I'm not an attorney, this is a lay interpretation, being able to, require developers to make improvements or, and make the case of, even if it's not the complete parkland, even maybe contribute or donate part of that park to the city, as we're seeing like a $400 million upswing, and also making the case for costs and changes in the city planning. And what I wanted to reiterate specifically is that from my layman's understanding of the Builders Association of Dayton versus Beaver Creek in 2000, is that the burden of proof is on the city, not the developer. And what we've been talking about is the developer's work as far as their due diligence and their information that they have gathered. And that in the case where the city were to make a case to require the city to pay for infrastructure costs, widen Lake Road, add a traffic light, my concern is that the city has not done their own due diligence on their own to meet the burden of proof to make any of those cases, to make that case. And that would be my concern of moving forward in zoning changes prior to discussing the impact of this development on how, let's just use like putting a park, well, let's just say Lake Road widening, because we know that's very costly, like with Walker Road and all, it's a huge cost. And so I'm just concerned that if we move through the zoning process, according to the precedent, the government, which would be us, the city, has to bear that burden of proof first. And so my concern is that if we move forward to zoning, we've now bypassed our opportunity to make the case, do the research to understand that we know going into this that Lake Road's gonna have to be widened. It's X amount of dollars of cost, so that according to this, that's the Supreme Court, that we have the authority, we have the right to make the developers pay for those sorts of costs. And so that's my specific, very detailed concern about, this moving forward, is that, there hasn't really been a lot of discussion of that as far as, to the negotiations, like what Rob's saying. I think this is part of the negotiation part. This is part of, and so not having access to the economic information and all the infrastructure information, it makes it difficult for us to really, it gives us less leverage to understand the impact and be able to make these cases, and then the justification to the taxpayers to say, because of the information we have, we believe we have reason to spend money to do more investigation. Do you follow what I'm saying as far as
I do.
to make that case? But appreciate
All
it.
right.
Thanks.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Wick. Anybody else relative to the B3 rezoning?
Sorry.
Welcome back, Mr. Sherman.
Mike Sherman. Just one quick question I just want to ask and to get this clarification, because Mr. Acosta raised a good question, that if for whatever reason the TIF doesn't go through, I think 1219 goes away, but it should not affect this one, right? This is not dependent on a TIF, the rezoning under the B3?
I'll refer that question. I don't think that that would, I think if once it's B3, it's B3.
Good, okay, yeah. So
Yeah.
those are separate issues, unlike the first one, which is dependent.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Anyone else for the public hearing on item number 2 on our agenda? Mr. Zimmerman.
William Zimmerman, beautiful Avon Lake.
Welcome back.
Thank you so much. So, when we're talking about the rezoning, I ran home to go get some maps. So, my original map, which I'm sure no one can see because they're so light colored and pink and blue, but I'm sure y'all have seen them in the past, used to include several other areas other than just the ALERG property. And I don't know what caused them to reduce it back. I don't know if it was all the complaining that we the citizens did, or if it was about something else. And they tried to expand it over, I would consider, 1.5 miles of area, both south and east. So, because I wanted to show what the original ALERG property is, including those 2 segments on the far west end. But it shows that we've now gone back to this, which it stops at the fence line right before you get to the car dealership. Excuse me for 1 second. But my point to all of this is that we, the citizens, as Mr. Shamir has said, have been left in the dark more than once. We don't find this out until we come to a meeting. And if you don't come to a meeting, you don't find out. Plain and simple. So if a citizen doesn't show up, they lose out on information. This is why I complain all the time about all the committee members that should be on videotape so that people could watch them at their leisure. So again, I'm going to say NDAs are nothing more than an article or a device that's used to keep the citizens in the dark. Or, as Mr. Shamir has pointed out, might keep him in the dark for 27 months. This is a tactic that shouldn't be used. The Ohio Supreme Court has ruled against it recently. I think we need to bring that to the forefront so that we could get rid of the NDA and actually have communication about B3s and things of that nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman. Anybody else wishing to come forward on the B3? Anyone on council before I close the public hearing? Yes, Mr. Shamir.
What I'd like to comment on is the NDA. The NDA is critical in order to be able to share proprietary information. ALERG doesn't have to allow us access to certain level of information. So there is a requirement for an NDA for us to be able to then look at the information and for them to be sure that that information does not go out. And I just want to clarify that. Where my problem is I am part of that NDA and when I don't get information. So it is a mechanism that is utilized to share information and to collaborate. And that collaboration cannot occur without some sort of a legal document. And that's something that I want to clarify. And then as a continuation on the same thing,
Yeah, and the B3.
on the B3.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when it comes to the B3, I think it's a great thing to do. But just like 1219, understanding the financial implications is not very difficult. To take a look at what it means for the zoning to go from what it is today to the B3 is not, I mean, it's not really brain surgery. You can do a financial assessment of where we are and what can it be, what is the worst case, what's the best case. And based on that, you do an economic impact. It's a positive gain, it's a negative gain, and these are the risks. This is the process that needs to take place in any decision and in any agreement. And I think if we had done that, we would all be sitting here pretty much with a bit of a disagreement maybe, but we would be all moving forward based on a clear understanding of what it can be. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Goodwin.
Thank you. Actually, one point that I wanted to bring forward just on an environmental standpoint is that I just want everyone to remember like what that site was. Big, ugly power plant that had a lot of environmental and health risks prior to the property owner coming in and demolishing and remediating to where it sits today. And I just want just a point that was very important for me to remember throughout the last few weeks when being presented with this is that it no longer poses that same situation. That has been eliminated. Now we have to look towards the future and what it can be. So removing the industrial piece, I think a lot of people would agree that we don't want another industrial site there. We want a pretty pink bow or a pretty bow on top. And so that the B3 portion of this, eliminating the industrial use for it to become something bigger and better is that it helped me understand that big power plant site is gone and that risk is no longer immediately there. And then now we have something else to focus on. It was helpful in helping me understand what this means to the future of this project.
Thank you, Mrs. Goodwin. I would agree with you that often gets overlooked, the fact that we don't have a power plant there anymore and the pollution and all the rest of the problems that plant caused. All right, Mrs. Fenderbosch.
Thank you. I think that the public would like to know what a B3 really is. And when you look at zoning, it all has to do with use, okay? So when you look at it, there's going to be 3 ways. It's either going to be a permitted use, yes, that goes with it, or it's going to be a permitted use with some standards. Yes, it goes with it, but here are the standards, which is a little higher, or it's going to be conditional use, which is another hoop to go through. So I just want to read these off so that you have an idea of what's exactly in a B3. As was said, a skilled nursing or personal care facility, conditional use, that's the highest hoop, okay? Next, active recreational facilities, conditional use. Next, cultural facility, that is permitted. And then you go down and it says essential services, permitted. Fraternal, charitable, and service-oriented clubs, that's a conditional use. Government offices, buildings, no outdoor activities, that's permitted. You go down to passive parks, open space, natural areas, that's permitted. Actually, a place of worship is permitted. Public utility buildings and facilities, that's the conditional use, it's way up high. You have to jump through. Then you go down to wireless telecommunication facilities. And that is a permitted use with standards and conditional. So it's higher than highest. And then you go down to administrative business or professional offices. That's permitted. 2, 3, 4. Then you go down to animal hospital clinics, animal grooming. That's permitted. Go down to assembly halls and conference centers. That's conditional. You go down to automotive repair and service minor, but we're not allowed to do it there because it's been taken out, right, with that overlay. And then it has down boat rental, charter, conditional again. It has down commercial business support services. It has down commercial, what's the next one? Financial institutions is permitted. Fueling stations, conditional. And then funeral homes permitted with special standards. Hotel, motels, conditional use. Medical dental clinics, conditional use. I'm almost done. Microbrewery, micro distillery, or micro winery sounds familiar, doesn't it? Permitted with special standards. Multi-tenant use is already permitted. Nursery schools and daycare centers permitted with special standards. Parking lot, conditional use. Personal services permitted. Restaurants permitted. Retail businesses permitted. Taverns and bars permitted. And that is the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Wallace, I thought I saw your hand come up. We're still in the public hearing. Come on forward. Your name and where you live.
Beth Wallace, Avon Lake. Just a quick question on the environmental aspect of it. And so I don't know what reports are included in the NDR, and so obviously that, but the public, obviously, I don't think we've seen a lot of reports of what remediation, to what extent and how clean it is. And there's a lot of concerns about that because you hear of other power plants that take, 25 years and they're still not clean, and now we can't do it. So, Kayla, Mrs. Goodwin,
Got it.
sorry, have environmental reports been shared with council? I guess that's just a yes or no, that is everyone
Mr.
on the same
Shamir,
page?
you want to respond to that?
You want
Or
to answer?
Kayla, whoever, okay.
I'm happy to take it.
Yeah.
So, as far as I know, and I'm only answering this because I'm the environmental committee chair, but even farther in depth could go to Mr. Davis. But we do have Steve Gross with Verdantis, who is part of that environmental team. He is evaluating those things, and he does share and communicate with Mr. Shamir, who knows and understands those things at a different level. I will never claim to be an expert, but because I'm the environmental chair, I will happily, once those things become available in a digestible public format, that will come through the environmental committee. I believe that to be correct to the public, but that's to the discretion of others, not myself.
All right.
So they
Thank you.
have.
Okay, thank you
their
very much.
reports.
Anyone else on the B3 zoning on the public hearing? If not, I'm gonna declare the public hearing closed. And at this point, it's now 5 minutes to 10. We're gonna take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back to the regular council meeting for a public input on any items throughout the city. So if I could have a motion to temporarily adjourn, please.
Move to 5-minute recess.
Bathroom right before I start.
Move to
Koss.
5-minute recess.
Mr. Koss.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Mr. Koss.
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds.
Yes.
Mr. Shamir.
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
Yes,
Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Yes.
Ms. Gentry. Mrs. Goodwin.
Yes.
thank you. We'll be temporarily adjourned till 10 o'clock. as soon as I see, there we are. As soon as, welcome back, everybody, to the meeting. If I could have a roll call vote, please. I'll call the meeting back to order.
Mr. Koss.
Here.
Mr. Reynolds.
Here.
Mr. Shamir.
Here.
Mr. Smith.
Here.
Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Here.
Ms. Gentry. Mrs. Goodwin.
Here.
All right, thank you. Thank you all for coming back, and those of you at home. At this point, it's time for public input. You have up to 5 minutes to come before council and discuss anything that's in front of council, either on the agenda today or any matter that you'd like. If you'd like to come forward, please state your name and your city of residence or where you're from. Mr. Phillips, welcome.
Gerald Phillips, Avon Lake, 20-year residence. I've heard many times that one of the premises for the power plant development was access to the beach. It was critical. Everything else, that was important. Well, I'd like the citizens of Avon Lake to know that we have a purchase and sale agreement with ALERG that has no provision to acquire the submerged land lease, which is necessary for a beach. That's right. It is not part of that agreement. I've asked, what's the reason? I don't get a reason. As a real estate attorney, if I was representing the city, since beach access is so critical, I would have put it in there, okay? Now, you have to understand, ALERG doesn't own that, but they have been assigned that submerged land lease. They are the assignee, and they have obligations under that lease as far as environmental, contrary to what Mr. Davis said at the public comment when he said, environmentally, we don't have anything to do with the submerged land lease. That's incorrect. They have to restore it back to original condition. But if public access is so important, why isn't it in there?
You didn't start.
All right. The other thing is, we were talking about section 1219.
I'll take it.
You know, and I made a lot of comments of additional things that needed to be put in it, okay? But that was drafted 2 years ago. And somebody approved it. Somebody approved it. Not you, council, not the planning commission, but somebody approved it to attach it to the purchase sale agreement and interim development agreement. That's part of a contract. Why was it attached if it didn't go through the procedures? One of the problems in this city is you don't follow procedures. That was totally improper. Totally improper. That should have been thought about back 2 years ago, and that process should have started 2 years ago. But it wasn't, okay? The other thing I find very interesting is, you know, this history. You know, ALERG says, well, in 2020, May of 2020, we talked plans with the city, and making that property clean was essential, and access to the lake was essential. That's May of 2020. Mr. Todd Davis wasn't hired until December 10th, 21st, by the CIC. And I believe it was Mr. Steve Luca who recommended him. But here's an interesting fact. ALERG didn't own the property in 2020. They didn't own the property in 2021. You know when they acquired it? April 4th, 2022. I find it very interesting that they're negotiating and looking at the property and so set on it and talking to the city when they didn't even own it. So who promised ALERG that they could develop it the way they want, that was ended up in the purchase and sale agreement and the interim development agreement? Who negotiated that? Our negotiator is Mr. Todd Davis. And he comes and says, well, this is the way it is. You know, I mean, Mr. Shamir, you negotiate, okay? City negotiates with developers all the time. That zoning entitlement is huge, okay? And the deal we made with the purchase sales agreement and the interim development agreement is a terrible deal for the city. They're business people. I'm not going to begrudge them a profit, but I don't want the city to incur costs they don't have to. We shouldn't be paying for that parkland. That should be given to us free because they're going to get a $4 million upside. And the question is, do we really want the parkland? Okay? We don't have the access to the beach. We don't. And the question is, why don't we? Are they going to sell it to a private developer for a marina? What's their plans? What's their intent? As far as I'm concerned, you know, I got questions. Okay? Transparency, trust. I don't have trust for ALERG. They cheat on their property taxes. They did a step down LLC. They paid the property for $20 million. They're paying less money to the school district. It's public record. You can look at it. That's what they're doing. They talk about being good citizens. They're cheating the school district in their taxes. So, you know, I hope you send 1219 back. Ms. Fenderbosch is wrong. Those landscaping, public, the parking provisions don't cover what's in what I provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Anyone else wishing to come forward? Welcome back, Mr. Witt.
It's great to see you. Third time's a charm.
That's what some say.
I just wanted to talk.
Name is.
Oh, I'm sorry, Malachi Witt, Avon Lake. I just wanted to follow up a little bit on what Gerald was talking about with the submerged land lease. I did a lot of work on this personally myself and spoke to ODNR and pulled all the paperwork and I gave it to a few members of council. And I'm concerned about that it's not part of this discussion because that submerged land lease was part of attached to the property before ALERG purchased it. And when they did purchase it, it transferred with the next owner of the property. And so what's not being discussed here is that there's a division is being created from that property, the parkland and the other development piece. The parkland still abuts that submerged land lease. And so without the legal understanding agreements, do we know that that submerged land lease isn't going to just automatically, just like it did for them, transfer with the new parkland owners? That and if that is the case, which I'm not an attorney, so I don't know, but that's my concern. And if that is the case, and if with the 219 doesn't pass and we still change it to a B3, the original intent and original use of that land that was with that submerged land lease has now changed. And so that submerged land lease could potentially be invalidated because it is no longer serving the same land use purpose as it had originally done. And when you read the submerged land lease, when that lease expires or is terminated, it has to be returned back to its original state or to the satisfaction of ODNR. And so my concern is that the city takes possession of this parkland, we become the new owners of a defunct land lease, and now we have to foot the bill, the expense of returning this submerged land lease back to its original state, removing the hook that's out there with all of that. And what comes with that are all of the unknown environmental issues of dredging up all of that sediment and all these other hidden mysteries that are under, in that sediment that have been placed there over the last 100 years. And so with this covenant not to sue that's happening, is the submerged land lease part of that? Is the park part of that? Is the city covered? I mean, these are all very serious liability questions that I would like to have the answer to. And I think not having that submerged land lease as part of the conversation is a very serious, black hole of a liability just hanging out there that could be easily answered. But that's all I have to share on that. Hopefully someone else can do some more research and dig into that.
Thank you, Mr. Witt. Thank you for your time. Anyone else wishing to come forward?
William Zimmerman, beautiful Avon Lake.
Welcome back, Mr.
Thank
Zimmerman.
you. So I'd like to talk about the fact that they want to make the first floor of these buildings commercial and not residential. And the only reason it is because it lessens the EPA's standard for which needs to be met. So you put in a dry cleaner, or you put in an eatery maybe, I don't know on an eatery, but on something that isn't residential, and now all of a sudden the standard is lowered. Great way to start a building. So you don't have to meet higher standards. The remedy will no longer be that, where you have to meet the proper remediation. Do whatever you want. You're off and running. Your developer is happy. These people are crooks. Plain and simple. They say it every time I come up here when they're in town. They don't care. They surely don't care about Avon Lake. So a couple other things I'd like to chat about. As Malachi was saying, the shoreline is going to be an issue. It's not included in the IMO or whatever it is. So you don't have true transfer of ownership. And if we have to take it on, and we're the ones who have to remediate once we start digging, because it's just going to stir everything up. I think it's a horrible item that has been neglected. It needs to be in the agreement, because if it's not, we're going to be footing the bill. So I'd like to talk about the fact that as I came off the elevator, 4 council people were meeting in a room. Mr. Smith, Amy Gentry, Ms. Kayla Goodwin, and Matthew Reynolds. I have no idea what's going on in there, but it's 4 members. It's a quorum. It's a violation of the Sunshine Law.
It's not a violation.
21.0. Please don't interrupt me.
Don't
interrupt me.
I'm the chairman.
Please don't interrupt me.
I am allowed to interrupt you.
Okay, you think you
There
can.
were 4 members there. We were not talking about any public
We
business
don't know
whatsoever.
that. The public doesn't know. They
you
should have
were-
been invited to be able to determine
you walked
if
in
you were or
anytime
not.
you want. The door was wide open. There was no meeting going on. You are absolutely wrong on that.
Okay, you
Thank
can have your opinion about it. My point is, as a citizen of the city, I'm
Excuse
walking
me
by.
1 second. Give him another 30 seconds.
Thank you. I appreciate the generosity. Are we ready?
Yes.
I'll give you the 30 minutes. I just
Okay.
gotta figure it out.
Thank you. It's okay. Thank you. My
We'll go
point
back in
is
time.
we don't know. The citizens don't know what your agenda is when you're meeting together, 4 of you. We don't know. Let's be very clear about that. We have no idea because nobody told me that 4 of you were going to meet together. A quorum is created. Be very clear. The citizens of the city need to know that.
Yeah, and you just told them. And there was no meeting going on, and you were welcome to walk in. The door is open. And of course, we're going to be in the same room as we're walking through the hallways. There is no problem with what happened there, and you're just wrong about that. So I'm
That's
sorry
fine.
to say that.
I don't mind
like to
being
say
wrong,
that.
but I have to ask the question.
You asked.
I don't believe I got a right answer.
You did get the right answer.
It's your answer. No, it's not the one I wanted. That's correct. So, I have another question. You're still adding time when I'm
Yeah, I'm
done.
gonna just add it, but I
Thank you.
guess you.
So, I've requested stuff from the Avon Lake Regional Water. Now, y'all tell me that the city and the water are 2 separate entities. I'm told that all the time. He works for the city. Mr. Coyne is the representation for the water company. He and his firm. So when I make a public records request, it goes to Mr. Ebert, which of course I get his standard redaction. Same as I get for all of the stuff from Mr. Davis, because we beat you in court with the information we got from all of the information with Mr. Todd Davis's meetings. So my next problem, are we adding still?
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure. 'cause
It's
I'm
not
trying
gonna
to
be,
keep-
but we'll go over 30 seconds.
That's fine, I appreciate it. So my question is, if you're 2 separate entities, why on earth would Mr. Ebert be doing
the redaction and the checking on the documents for the water company when the water company has its own legal team. I don't understand why it would have to go to him. It doesn't. Coyne and his members should have been doing the research and looking at it. It's a simple entity. If the two properties are separate, then they shouldn't be overlapping. This is a conflict of interest. Again, corruption at its finest in the beautiful city of Avon Lake. Now, thank you.
30 seconds though.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So, let's talk about one last thing, and that was the meeting on Wednesday that the mayor did his presentation. I was outside passing out flyers, trying to get everybody some opportunity to learn some things. And then I was there outside when they were leaving. Most of the citizens who walked out, just tell me when to stop and I'll
Okay,
stop.
I was going to say, you're going to have to stop now. Sorry.
Go ahead, finish your thought.
Thank you. Well, I would hope I still get 30 seconds.
I added the 30 seconds.
Okay, regardless.
Finish your thought.
Yes.
Go ahead.
My point of the deal is that the citizens that were coming out the meeting were disgruntled, unhappy, and didn't like what they were hearing from the mayor and his little dog and pony show and all of that. The problem was they don't believe in the facts that he was trying to claim. There was no real transparency, and every one of the citizens I spoke to would have nothing but horrible things to say about the meeting.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to come forward? You'll have 5 minutes.
Uninterrupted?
Anyone else? All right, seeing none, we're on to the reports. Mayor, you're first up.
Thank you. I'll try to make this quick. I know it's a late evening, so. The League of Women Voters hosted a presentation that Mr. Zimmer was talking about, panel discussion on the power plant property last Wednesday, 22nd. Very well attended, it was standing room only. Obviously, we wish we had more time. We've asked that the League of Women Voters supply the city with any unanswered questions so we could post them on our website and make sure we get all the questions answered. We had a formal opening of the Alps last Friday. We had a beautiful day. I want to thank everybody for coming out and everybody who contributed to the success of the project. I often go over there, stop and talk with parents, grandparents, and kids, and they all express how wonderful the park is and what a great time it is. So thank you to everybody who was involved in that process and making that come to fruition. Primary special election day, a week from tomorrow, May 5th. Please get out and vote. Memorial Day Parade will be Monday, May 25th. Remind everybody the restrooms are open in the parks. Issue 13 will be on the ballot May 5th, which is the income tax increase from 1.5% to 1.9% to fund our roads and capital improvements program. You check out our website for additional information on that. If you have any specific questions, myself and Beth Crossy are available to answer any questions. We've been doing a lot of that. We appreciate everybody reaching out. We're still looking for residents who may be interested in serving on boards and commissions. We currently have openings for the CIC, the Community Improvement Corporation, and our Civil Service Commission. You can catch that on our website under Your Community, Your Voice, and that'll provide you information on how to go about applying for those. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the mayor? Seeing none, the next report is a council president report. Speaking of the CIC, that's a council appointment, which we need to have folks to discuss that council appointment. And Mr. Shamir is on the CIC, and in terms of economic development, I would expect him to be involved in the interviews along with Mrs. Fenderbosch, if you'd be so kind to join us. If I'm able to be there, I will as well. And I think that that's it for right now. So I will ask Ms. Rosmarin to send out some dates. We've had, I think, 5 or 6? 6. So we'll get those meetings set up. So if you have set your application in, be on the lookout for a call from Ms. Rosmarin to set up a time. Mr. Kaz, I have received a couple calls on helmets on the scooters going through the town. I would like to see if we could talk about that at the next safety committee meeting that you have. They also were concerned about helmets on minors as well, but I don't know that there's a whole lot we can do about that, but I think when it comes to the scooters, we can. I do want to, before I finish, is to thank everybody that was here today for the public hearing. I think the public's input is very important. I would again reiterate what I think I said at the beginning of that, is that if you do have comments and you're sitting at home or watching at home, whether it's now or tomorrow afternoon at 2:45 or in the middle of the morning, and you have comments that you want to send to us, please feel free. All of our email addresses are on the website. You can certainly contact your council ward persons or any of the council at large to get any comments that you feel necessary. So we'd ask you to do that. So I thank everyone for who was here. And the last thing is we have this going on tonight. There is a lot of other business that the city has and the city needs to pay attention to, and we will do that. That's all I have for right now. All right, I don't see any questions. Mr. Law Director, any report?
No report this evening. Mr.
Madam,
President.
thank you very much. Any questions? Madam Finance Director.
Thank you, Mr. Council President. We have first reading for ordinance 26-38 for issuance and sale of the bonds for the road improvements. And I just need to present Council President with the fiscal officer certificate that is related to this, in which I certify that the estimated life or period of usefulness of this improvement is for at least 5 years, and that the estimated maximum maturity of the bonds calculated in accordance with section 133.20 of the Ohio Revised Code is at least 15 years. So I have signed that as Finance Director and would like that.
Thank you.
Down. Thank you.
Thank you. I have received the fiscal certificate. I will give it to the clerk to include with tonight's council meeting, as well as to remind everybody that we're going to be passing ordinance 2638 on its first reading with a suspension of the rules as an emergency. Anything else, Mrs. Crossy?
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the Finance Director? All right, seeing none. Next is the Public Works Director, Mr. Liskovic.
Yeah, good evening. I just have two quick updates. One, the boat launch at Mill Road Park officially opened on Saturday for the season, and had actually a good weekend given the dreary weather we had. Additionally, I just want to inform especially Ward 1 and 2 representatives that some reseeding work will be happening on Stony Brook and Brunswick over the next couple weeks by the contractor. And that's all I have this evening.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Liskovic? Mrs. Fennerbosh.
Yes, Mr. Liskovic, I've had a couple calls about branches. We're still picking up branches, correct?
Yes. And
it's usually, like a 3-week turnaround?
Depending on
side
volume,
at a
it can be 2 to 3 weeks, yes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Seeing none. On to the standing committees of council, starting with Mrs. Gentry, or Miss Gentry. Buildings and utilities, please.
Yes, our next meeting will be as part of the CCM on May 4th.
Anything further? Any questions? No. All right, seeing none. Economic development, Mr. Shamir.
Yes, our next CIC meeting will be May 13th at 6 p.m. in this council chambers. And then Economic Development Committee meeting will be on May 18th at 6 p.m. again here.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the Chair of Economic Development? Seeing none. On to environmental. Mrs. Goodwin.
Thank you. We will have our environmental meeting at the CCM on May 4th. And I will say it'll be a little bit of a loaded agenda. They wanted to update on the 4 initiatives that they're working on, which is actually very exciting. So if anyone wants to pay attention, that'll be a good one to tune into. And that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the environmental chair? Seeing none, on to finance. Our next meeting of the finance committee will be as part of the CCM on May 4th. We do have 2 items on the agenda tonight. One I already discussed regarding the bond. The other one is the purchase of the property on Moore Road for the utilities department, where we're gonna suspend the rules and declare an emergency. Any questions? All right, seeing none, on to Mr. Reynolds, Human Resources.
Thank you. Just real quick, the second round of interviews have concluded for the city engineer position, and they are currently checking the credentials and references to the extent permitted. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Anything, Mayor, anything further on that?
No, well said.
All right, thank you. Anything for the Human Resource Chair? All right, seeing nothing, we're, I'm sorry.
I have a quick question for Mr. Mayor. Are we close to making a decision, or are we still processing?
We're still processing, and we have to get all the information back on the background checks, that we would then make an offer. And after the offer, obviously, there'll be additional work done, because we've made the offer. So hard to estimate, but we're certainly moving as fast as we can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mrs. Fenderbosh. Anything further for Human Resources? Next, Mr. Cos, Public Health, Public Safety and Health.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Council President. The Public Safety and Health Committee met on the 15th of April here in council chambers. There was no formal action taken on any of the agenda items. I'm just going to go just cover a couple of the highlights. The current director of the Health Committee, Mark Adams, is stepping down. The Health Department, I should say, is going to be stepping down, and his replacement has offered to come in with Mr. Adams at a future meeting. And Mr. President, I'd like to ask your consideration either for a work session or just we'll add it to my Safety Committee portion of the CCM on the 18th of May for the new director to come in. So whichever you prefer, which are those 2 settings on that meeting. To meet the new director, he'll come in and give an overview, as well as the past year, and also a look forward with the new director. I guess we can figure that out later.
I would say let's just do it as part of your report and the.
That's fine.
Yeah, we don't need to have a separate work session for that.
That's fine. I appreciate
All right,
that.
thank you.
Additionally, we did discuss the helmet law update. The helmet law is in effect. Anybody under the age of 18 that is operating an e-bike in the city of Avon Lake, whether it is a Class 1, a Class 2, or a Class 3, they are mandated to wear a helmet. A discussion was had on a program that the city is looking to put together with some of our local businesses in our safety forces to distribute helmets and promote safe wearing of helmets and safe e-bike riding. A discussion was had on that. I hope to have more information on that coming soon. An outline was presented. We're putting together some additional parts on that. And so I hope to have something more formal coming for the committee and for council soon. And I have 2 items that are going to be on the agenda, but I will discuss those when we get to them later on this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do want to say one thing. I know it's been a late evening, but I have to briefly tell this. With regards to e-bikes. So the chief of police and I, we met at the dedication of the park of Alps, and he told me this story. And I'm not saying any names or stepping out of line or anything like that. But the city of Avon, but the Avon Lake Police recently clocked it's not an e-bike. It was for all intents and purposes, an electric motorcycle. We talked about those at the safety committee meeting on Jaycox Road, going 42 miles per hour down Jaycox. The officer pulled the person over on the bike, discovered that the person riding the bike was 14 years old. That's part of the issue that we're having in the city, is that there is this misunderstanding that anything that has 2 wheels and is electric is an e-bike and is therefore legal. If it doesn't have pedals, it is not road legal. It is illegal to ride that on city streets. If it has pedals, it is an e-bike, and it falls under the rules and regulations and helmet requirements that we have on the books. So there have been other reports of these, for lack of a better term, electric motorcycles through town, many of them operated by youth. The police department in that instance, not only did they stop the cycle, they confiscated the bike, contacted the parents, and the parents told the officer that they had no idea that it was illegal. So we have to do a better job, and we are continuing to do a better job of educating the public and continue to put that information out. But those are some of the things that reflect some of the calls that we've had from residents of what's going on. So we will continue to work on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cos. That's a very important part. Thank you for adding that in. I think everyone's a little bit concerned, or a lot concerned, particularly hearing a story like that. Any other comments or questions for Mr. Cos? All right, seeing none, we're on to public finance. Mrs. Fenderbosh,
Public service?
our public service,
Okay,
I'm
very
sorry.
good. Public service, okay. Our next meeting is going to be Wednesday, May the 6th at 5:30 in these chambers. On tonight's agenda, there's 3 items. Of the 3 items, 2 of them are going to be asking for suspension of the rule emergency passage, and they are on the following topics. 1, authorizing American Structure Point to perform work on a bridge, so it can be in compliance. And number 2, the MOU with the Cuyahoga Soil and Water. That's part of the EPA's requirement for the city to have a pipe program. I'll discuss it more whenever we come to it.
Thank you. Any questions for Mrs. Fenderbosh? Seeing none, we're on to Planning Commission. Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you. No official report. If there is a meeting, the next one will be May 5th. As of the last thing I heard, there's nothing on the agenda, so that meeting may not happen.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Reynolds and Planning Commission rep? All right, seeing none. Zoning Board, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Council President. They last met on Wednesday, the 22nd. There were 4 cases, 3 of which were approved and 1 was denied. The next meeting is May 27th.
Thank you. Any questions for the mayor and the zoning board? All right, seeing none, we're on to Parks and Rec. Mrs. Goodwin.
Thank you. I don't have anything to report other than our meeting is going to be May 27th at 5:30 p.m. downstairs in the conference room, and I'll keep reminding until that point.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? All right, any special committee reports? Yes.
A tree commission. The tree commission is going to be meeting this Friday. We're going to be bagging up seedlings, preparing for not only the Garden Club's plant sale on May 9th over the Goddard School, but also putting them into larger pots so we can grow them as part of the auction for the Kiwanis Scholarship Foundation at Fall Fest. That's going to be this Friday at 1 o'clock. No, or is it Thursday? It's Thursday at 1 o'clock. And the tree mission is going to be meeting on May the 13th at 6 p.m. at the old firehouse.
Thank you, Mrs. Fenderbosh. Ms. Gentry.
The communications meeting will be held at 6 p.m. on May 21st in the library.
Thank you. Any questions on the Communications Committee? All right, seeing none, we're on to motions. The first motion and only motion is mine. I hereby move to designate Valerie Rosmarin as the council representative for public records training. Discussion. Valerie is our representative for public records training within the city, and she's held that position for several years. It's been traditionally held by the clerk of council. Any other questions or comments on that? If you would please call the roll.
Mr. Koss.
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds.
Yes.
Mr. Shamir.
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Yes.
Ms. Gentry.
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin.
Yes.
Thank you. That has passed. We're on to legislation at this point. Any additions or deletions to the legislation? Seeing none, if the clerk would read by title only, under third readings, ordinance number 26-31.
An ordinance allowing beer and wine to be sold, served, dispensed, and consumed for 1 day at Summerfest to be held at Miller Road Park on June 20th, 2026, and declaring an emergency.
Mr. Kaz,
I move for passage of ordinance number 26-31.
discussion.
And discussion, this is an item that came out of Safety Committee with a unanimous vote. This is the second year for this event. There had been no previous issues with this event. and the police department had no objections to this one-day liquor license permit.
Thank you. Any questions? Please call the roll.
Mr. Koss.
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds.
Yes.
Mr. Shamir.
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Yes.
Ms. Gentry.
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin.
Yes.
Thank you. That concludes third readings. We're on to second readings. If the clerk would read by title only, ordinance number 26-33.
An ordinance authorizing the mayor to execute a purchase agreement for Lorraine County permanent parcel number 0400005000107, located at Moore Road, Avon Lake, Ohio, from Shibley Solvents and Chemicals Company Incorporated, and declaring an emergency.
I move for the suspension of council rules requiring 3 readings. Please call the roll.
Mr. Koss.
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds.
Yes.
Mr. Shamir.
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Yes.
Ms. Gentry.
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin.
Yes.
The suspension has passed. I move for the passage of ordinance number 26-33. In discussion, this is the matter that we've been talking about with regard to the utilities and coincides with the property that is next door to 720. It's been on council's radar here for quite a while now. If there's any other questions or comments, seeing none, the clerk would call the roll, please.
Mr. Koss.
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds.
Yes.
Mr. Shamir.
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Yes.
Ms. Gentry.
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin.
Yes.
Thank you. That has passed. Next, if the clerk would read by title only, 26-34.
An ordinance allowing beer to be sold, served, dispensed, and consumed for one day for Avon Lake's Birthday Party Field Games Championship to be held at Miller Road Park on June 6, 2026, from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., and declaring an emergency.
Mr. Kaz,
I move to suspend the council rule requiring 3 readings.
please call the roll.
Mr. Koss.
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds.
Yes.
Mr. Shamir.
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Yes.
Ms. Gentry.
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin.
Yes.
Mr. Kaz,
I move for passage of ordinance number 26-34.
discussion.
Yes, I didn't mention it in my report tonight, but in previous meetings I did, that the reason for the suspension of the rule and requesting the emergency was to give the organizers of this event the time that they need to submit the request to Columbus for the Division of Liquor Control and get that approved, and if there were any issues with that, give them an opportunity to fix it and ensure that they had plenty of time to do it in time for the event. This is allowing for the for beer to be served and dispensed for one day for this Avon Lake birthday celebration at Miller Road from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Again, this has been reviewed by the safety committee and approved, and it was also reviewed by the police department, and the chief had no objections to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Please call the roll.
Mr. Koss.
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds.
Yes.
Mr. Shamir.
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Yes.
Ms. Gentry.
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin.
Yes.
If the clerk would please read by title only ordinance number 26-35.
An ordinance authorizing the mayor to execute a professional services agreement with American Structure Point Incorporated and declaring an emergency.
Mrs. Fenderbosh,
Thank you. I move for suspension of the rule requiring 3 readings.
please call the roll.
Mr. Koss.
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds.
Yes.
Mr. Shamir.
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Yes.
Ms. Gentry.
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin.
Yes.
Thank you. That has passed. Mrs. Fenderbosh,
Thank you. I move for passage of ordinance number 26-35.
discussion.
Thank you. The city engineer solicited requests for qualifications called RFQs for engineering design services for the Country Club Drive Bridge replacement over Hyder Ditch. In having reviewed the RFQs they selected American Structure Point, Inc. of Cleveland, Ohio, for a professional services agreement that shall not exceed $158,726.96. This ordinance is declared to be an emergency measure, the emergency being the necessity of replacing the bridge on Country Club Drive over Hyder Drive. Thus, it's for the health, safety, and welfare of the public.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Mr. Koss.
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds.
Yes.
Mr. Shamir.
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
Yes,
Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Yes.
Ms. Gentry.
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin.
Yes.
that has passed. If the clerk would read by title only, temporary or ordinance number 26-36.
An ordinance enacting Avon Lake Code of Ordinance, Chapter 1219, Lakefront Mixed Use Overlay District.
Mr. Reynolds.
This is the second reading of the mixed-use overlay. We had a very robust and productive discussion on this earlier at the public hearing, and look forward to more of that prior to the third reading.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments on this ordinance? Yes, Mayor.
Yeah, I'd like to ask our outside council professional who've been very patient. I know some questions have come up during the public comment section. I want to see if they have an opportunity to respond to some of those so the public can hear some of the answers of questions they had.
Thank you, Mayor. Todd Davis, outside Brownfield Council to the city. Just to address some of the questions that I took note of during the discussion before. Number one, with respect to the submerged land lease. That was specifically excluded from the purchase and sale agreement. It was done, as I've explained to this council multiple times, for the following reasons. Number one, I think to the gentleman's point who raised concerns about potential environmental issues associated with the submerged land lease, we wanted to make sure that the city was not acquiring any liability associated with that property, so it has been specifically excluded from the purchase and sale agreement and will not be included if that agreement moves forward to closing. One of the provisions in that agreement is that we will consider and we will do due diligence in connection with the submerged land lease and enter into discussions with ODNR and others to evaluate what opportunities there may be to include that in a subsequent phase of this project, and that's what we'll do. With respect to access to the quote beach, we need to have a land planner involved in the process to really figure out where it's feasible to put a beach on that piece of property contiguous to the lakefront. And we've talked about due diligence that's necessary in connection with doing the environmental due diligence of the portions of the land that are in the lake or below the ordinary high water mark. We are applying for grant funding through Ohio EPA to start that process. And we've also discussed with ALERG the opportunity to enhance some of that money for additional due diligence so we can figure out what, if any, environmental issues are associated with the property below the ordinary high water mark. The land that we're purchasing will be described by a survey, and so it'll be crystal clear that we're not acquiring any of the property that touches below the ordinary high water mark. So from an environmental perspective, I'm very comfortable with the process that has ensued, and that's why we did it as I've historically described. One of the questions about the park itself and parking availability with respect to the park. If the park actually becomes a city asset. You know, as I think Councilperson Fenderbosh has already pointed out, we need to hire a land planner and a park planner that's going to describe how that park's going to be laid out, where there'll be public access parking. Certainly that's something that's anticipated. We just haven't gotten to that stage. And it also points out one of the risks associated with this entire process, including sharing information that's preliminary. I think certain members of the public looked at a preliminary plan that was a sketch. They assumed things about that piece of property that weren't actually in fact. Of course, we plan to have parking on that piece of property. The fact that it isn't part of a drawing that's on a website doesn't mean that that's not going to happen. Same with respect to other information, which I know there's discussions about whether there should have been disclosures to council with information that was provided from ALERG to professionals that are representing the city. We have specifically been asked, or we were specifically asked not to share that information yet because it was preliminary and because it was subject to change. So we were not going to violate our commitment to ALERG. We're talking about trust. Trust is based on multiple different things. Number one, we have to have trust with the developer in order to negotiate appropriately with them. We were asked specifically not to share that information because, why? Because the information is preliminary and we know that it's going to change multiple times. So when people take items that are preliminary, subject to multiple changes, I think the goal and the strategy at that point was ALERG was going to come back to City Council at an appropriate time when the information was not half-baked, but it was mostly baked, and then share that information in a public forum. And that's the circumstance. It's not because the mayor was trying to shield City Council from any information. We were specifically told not to provide that until the information was more fully developed. And that's the rationale. You can choose to believe me, or you can choose not to believe me, but that's the fact. And it has nothing to do with the mayor telling us not to share that information with City Council. And that's all I have.
Thank you.
If I may, I don't know if anybody from Burns-Ochsner has any additional questions they want to answer that arose.
Yeah, I think the only, just to add
Mr.
on.
Burns, come on up.
Thank you. Just to add on to Todd Davis's comments with regard to information shared by ALERG and with the instruction that it not be shared. Part of that concern is that not only that it is preliminary, but that it potentially becomes a benchmark against which other future information may be evaluated. Because it's preliminary, it may set expectations in terms of whether it is specific features of a development, specific economic impacts of a development, specific infrastructure information, that when that information becomes, to use Todd's phrase, more baked, someone may very well say, well, this isn't what we were presented before. We like that information better. Go back to that. And frankly, that may just not be possible, again, as a function of that information being preliminary. It harkens back to one of the things that I said earlier during the public hearing, that until there is a development plan presented by a developer, none of the information that's being shared about possible development activities can really be evaluated in a meaningful way. As it was commented earlier, that 1,200 units is a ceiling. If the development of the property includes 600 units instead of 1,200 or 900 units, and a mix of different other uses, all of that has a direct impact on infrastructure needs, the prospect of income being developed, income taxes being developed, generated from the project, and it's just frankly, it is a fool's errand, as they would say, to attempt to evaluate a project with that kind of information instead of waiting for a development plan. So
Before you go, so what I'm hearing you say is that as council members, we shouldn't be entitled or to have preliminary information about what's going on?
No.
That's what you both just said.
No. The very first thing both of us said is that ALERG instructed that that information was not to be shared beyond the administration. So
All right, I'm
nobody
clear
is
on
at
that now.
liberty, nobody is at liberty to share that information.
I'm clear on it. Thank you. Mrs. Fenderbosh, why don't
Thank
you
you.
go first?
I
You
would,
sit back
if you
down.
don't mind, I'd like to have Mr. Davis come up to the podium if you could, please.
Mr. Davis?
So, Mr. Davis, I'm going to speak not only for myself, but for my fellow council people. I'm one of the longest, along with Mr. Cos, council people that have been serving on city council. I know we have a number of different personalities with each council. We have a number of different personalities, different personalities with our mayors. This is a very mature council in their responsibilities. They take the responsibilities very seriously, and we're all adults. We have all been through massive multi-million-dollar projects. We understand that early info is just that, and to trust us with early info, knowing it's just early info, we might be at a different place today than what we are now. I hope going forward that as projects change, we know projects change right up to the very last minute, that we are included in that discussion. Because when you say it's now time, we can go out to the public, we'll open the door for that, but we need to be trusted. We're adults, we're professionals, and we can be trusted. I want to go back to the submerged land lease. Help me understand something, because my understanding is that the submerged land lease doesn't belong to anyone, that it belongs to the Ohio Department of Natural Resources, that they provide the lease for a number of dollars for whoever owns the adjacent land, and that the submerged land lease goes with that adjacent land. So I'm not certain how the city of Avon Lake, if we have ownership of the shoreline, how we can have that separate from the submerged land lease. One thing I am 100% aware of is that as a tax collecting agency, the submerged land lease will cost the city of Avon Lake $1. It hasn't cost ALERG Shara that. They have to pay high amounts as other companies do. But in speaking to the ODNR, I've been assured that it's only going to cost the city of Avon Lake $1. I understand that there are many, many grants out there, and one of the reasons why the Lorain County Metro Parks and the city of Avon Lake did not obtain the grant before was because ODNR said, oh my gosh, it's a great project. Now, tell us when you took ownership. And we didn't. So because we didn't own it, we couldn't go after the money. But they said, as soon as you own that property, come back to us. I just wanted to speak directly with you because I think that we have a trust, and I want to make sure that the trust is there for the rest of City Council. Because again, going back to early info, we know it is not a baked pie yet. It's still in the process of being created.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you, sir. Is there a question?
I didn't hear a question.
There was a comment I wanted to make to you. Thank you.
Mr. Shamir, you
Okay.
can go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
So I would like to be clear. Monday evening, Mr. Shields said that the information has been with the city administration for years. Mr. Mayor, when I asked him, why hasn't that information been shared, turned around and said, you don't share all the information, so why should we? So let me be clear. It may be a fool's errand, but that is not your choice. When ALERG has submitted the information to the city, we have the right to look at it. It may take us iterations. It is not your choice or your decision to make that call. You were not elected. You were hired. And if it's a fool's choice or a fool's errand, I will be that fool. It is not your call. You may think that planning, you may think that strategies are not what is done, but let me tell you, you may think that millions are spent and decided on without a plan. I beg to differ. So In your town, you're able to go and make those decisions, not in this town. So it's not your call, and when you try to change the narrative, you guys are the best lawyers when it also comes to trying to manage narratives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shamir. Excuse me. At this point, I'm going to make a motion to allow the mayor to leave the dais to go turn the alarm off. If you'd call the roll, please.
Mr. Koss.
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds.
Yes.
Mr. Shamir.
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Yes.
Ms. Gentry. Mrs. Goodwin.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And he'll be right back. He's just turning the alarm off. Anything further on ordinance number 26-36? All right, that concludes the second reading of 26-36. If the clerk would read by title only, ordinance number 26-37.
An ordinance rezoning a 43.23 acre site at 33570 Lake Road from general industrial I-2 and single-family residence R-1A to special commerce district B3.
Thank you. Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you. This is the second reading of the rezoning proposal from I-2 and R1A to B3. As with the mixed-use overlay, we had a robust discussion on this earlier, and I look forward to more of that.
Thank you. Anything further in regard to this for Mr. Reynolds? All right, seeing none, that concludes the second reading of ordinance number 26-37. If we're now on to first readings. If the clerk would read by title only, ordinance number 26-38, please.
An ordinance providing for the issuance and sale of bonds in the maximum principal amount of $1,665,000 for the purpose of paying cost of improving streets by reconstructing, resurfacing, grading, draining, curbing and paving, constructing water supply, sanitary and drainage facilities, constructing bridge improvements, and making other improvements as designated in the plans approved or to be approved by council and declaring an emergency.
Thank you. I move for the suspension of the council rule requiring 3 readings. Please call the roll.
Mr. Koss.
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds.
Yes.
Mr. Shamir.
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Yes.
Ms. Gentry. Mrs. Goodwin.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
Sorry, I got distracted by
But-
the alarm.
Me too.
Oh, sorry.
And-
I'm sorry. Did I go too soon?
Okay.
Would you recall the
I'm
roll?
going to redo it, sorry. We all got distracted. Mr. Koss.
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds.
Yes.
Mr. Shamir.
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Yes.
Ms. Gentry. Mrs. Goodwin.
Yes.
Thank you. I move for passage of ordinance number 26-38. This is the bonds, and I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Crossy to go through that for us.
Thank you, Mr. Council President. So this is partial funding for Walker Road Phase 6 and for the Electric Boulevard Bridge. Both projects are about underway. And so we are looking, Walker Road Phase 6 is also partially funded by the Ohio Public Works Commission. And the Electric Boulevard Bridge is part of a project, the bundle project with Regional Water. And this is just the bridge portion that we will be financing with the bonds.
Thank you, Mrs. Crossy. And this is to avoid, obviously, potential hazards on the roadways, and it's necessary to get the funding in place for the emergency. All right, any further discussion? If the clerk would please call the roll on ordinance number 26-38.
Mr. Koss.
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds.
Yes.
Mr. Shamir.
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Yes.
Ms. Gentry.
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin.
Yes.
Thank you. If the clerk would read, that has passed. If the clerk would read by title only, Resolution number 26-39.
A resolution acknowledging acceptance of a capital improvement community park recreation conservation project pass-through grant agreement with the Ohio Department of Natural Resources and declaring an emergency.
Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Thank you. This is the first of 3 readings, and as you heard, this is a pass-through grant, which means that we pay for work and then we submit it to the state, and the state reimburses us. And for those of you that like to keep good, hearty notes, this is pursuant to House Bill number 2, the 135th General Assembly of the State of Ohio, and they have appropriated $50,000 to make a grant to the city of Avon Lake associated with construction of a park and recreation conservation facility in appropriation item C as in Charles 725 E as in Edward 2, and is usually described as the Avon Lake Veterans Park gazebo by all of us. And $1,000 will be kept behind because ODNR is using it for the administration of that project. And we don't have to have this done until June 30th, so this will go through 3 full readings. And then once it has gone through 3 readings, it will be declared to be an emergency measure. The emergency being the necessity of accepting the funds to reimburse the cost of construction at the gazebo at Veterans Park. So it's for the health, safety, and welfare of the public, which means it's going to go into effect after the 3rd reading. If council votes yes on it, it'll go into effect the very next day after the mayor and council president sign it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Fenderbosh. Any questions from council? Seeing none, that will conclude the first reading of resolution number 26-39. If the clerk would read by title only, please. Ordinance number 26-40.
An ordinance authorizing the mayor to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Cuyahoga Soil and Water Conservation District for public involvement in public education services and declaring an emergency.
Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Thank you. I move for suspension of council's rules requiring 3 readings.
Please call the roll.
Mr. Koss.
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds.
Yes.
Mr. Shamir.
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Yes.
Ms. Gentry.
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Thank you. I move for passage of temporary ordinance number 26-40.
Discussion.
Thank you. The Ohio Environmental Protection Agency's National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, known as NPDES, Phase 2 Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System, MS4 permit requires that included, there's different things that you have to do. Included, we have a minimum control measure called an MCM for public education and outreach and public participation. The Cuyahoga Soil and Water Conservation District possesses expertise in providing education, outreach, and public involvement programming related to stormwater management and environmental stewardship. Avon Lake desires to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Cuyahoga Soil and Water Conservation District for a period of time from this past January, all the work that's been done here in the city, 2026 through December 31st of 2030 for the implementation of the public information and public education program. And you'll hear us up here call it PIPE. A lot of times this is also worked on with the Environmental Affairs Board. And this sum that we will be giving to Cuyahoga Soil and Water is $6,600 for these services per year. The ordinance is declared to be an emergency measure, the emergency being the necessity of ensuring timely compliance with the Ohio EPA NPDES MS4 permit requirements. This is for the public health, safety, and welfare. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Koss.
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds.
Yes.
Mr. Shamir.
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Yes.
Ms. Gentry.
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin.
Yes.
That item has passed. That concludes our legislation portion of the evening. Any miscellaneous business and announcements? Yes, Mr. Shamir.
So tomorrow, we will have the Ward 1 meeting at the library at 5:30, and it will be also touching base on 1219. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other miscellaneous business or announcements? Seeing none, Mr. Kaz,
Motion to adjourn. Move to adjourn.
please call the roll.
Mr. Koss.
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds.
Yes.
Mr. Shamir.
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Yes.
Ms. Gentry.
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin.
Yes.
Thank you all for your attention and perseverance to us. We're doing the best we can. We'll continue to do so for the city of Avon Lake and its residents. Have a good evening, everyone.